Hello, all of you wonderful beings out there, and welcome to the stream. I am Razim, and this is Recallers of the Lost Pathfinder, Episode 39, Chill of the Past. This is a Pathfinder campaign that we run here, and as is usual, we've got two others that are streaming. 3 of us total streaming it. So go check out their channels as well. We'll get started with introductions as soon as they're done with their intros. Though I do want to remind you all that we have Spotify now. I'm slowly getting our really old campaigns up on there, but as of right now, aside from Ascend to Ascend and Starlight, which, they kind of get canceled a lot, all of our currently running campaigns are on Spotify now. So go check it out. But anyways, I'm going to go ahead and undeafen.
Table.
I am back.
Awesome. I'm just waiting for the lovely attire.
I was letting them know about Spotify.
Right, I forgot to mention that in my intro. We're on Spotify now.
Spotify, Amazon Music / Audible, iTunes, and they kind of said an ambiguous other places as well, but those are the only 2 that I actually manage. But apparently podcast services will just grab them and just put them on there for some reason. I don't get it.
There's some applications for cell phones and stuff that just browse all of them and download podcasts, so...
Huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to use one back when I actually listened to podcasts a lot more often.
So yeah, for those of you that, admittedly, not a huge percentage of you, but several of you in the past have asked for our tabletops to be on, a podcast format, and now they are. Enjoy. Please. Seriously, go listen to them there. It took so much work to put all of this over there, so please go enjoy it. Make that effort worthwhile. Granted, I don't get any income from it or anything until I get to, I think it's 10,000 listens per show.
That's, okay.
Yeah.
That's as bad as YouTube, if not worse. Dang.
Yeah. It's a thing, but at the same time, also I'm just kind of making idle. I'm just talking until, Taya's back.
Taya shows up.
Yeah.
I mean, at the same time, I make nothing off of YouTube right now myself, so whatever.
Yeah.
I sure finished my intro in record time and then forgot to unmute my Discord.
Oh, okay.
Classic Taga.
We were talking about how it's on Spotify now.
Yes, we are on Spotify now.
Hooray, I'm on Spotify!
Lol.
And Amazon.
All
and
right.
iTunes.
And
But
other
yeah,
places.
intros.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I am Drunk Dragonair. I'm going to be your lovely GM tonight, and I am going to be bringing times. And Var, you go next because I feel like saying that.
Alright, I'm Vari, and I'm playing Fret Signature, the mute musician bard. Friend of scary eldritch beings, apparently. Sometimes. And druids. But, on to... Last Loss.
Hello everybody, I'm Carcerus, also known as Key, and I am playing Last Lost, the Paladin / Mortal Usher. Your favorite smoky, anxiety-filled armor, totally ready for fun times.
One moment. Viv, thank you for the sub.
Hey guys.
Perfect
there's a hype
segue.
train starting.
Woo! Hype train.
Yay! Perfect segue. On to you, Viv.
Yes, hello, I am Viv. I play Shoal Brinecoat, a cat shark ranger. He is very bitey. He really hates the Fae. They deserve it. He's also started to hate outsiders because they also deserve it. On to Dr. Volt.
Hello, I'm Oneko Taigo, half demon, half cat, all friend. I am playing Dr. Volt. He's German, he's an artificer, he's a mad scientist. For some reason, he's one of the more responsible people in the party. I don't know how this works, but he is. Zimgo.
Hello, everybody. I am Razim, and I am playing as Paint, the African wild dog, sentient feral, kineticist entropist, and he's got this wonderful new friend here in Twilight now that it's great. Everything's fine.
Key. Get supported, nerd. Well, foom. Foam. Words. But thank you, Key. I appreciate the tip. Let's go to story time before I have to thank more people that already helped me out a lot and are wonderful friends, and I don't deserve them because they're amazing.
Hey, stop stealing my shtick.
No.
I see I have my lovely cheese lapel still.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised Mala isn't here to already throw more cheese, but... Would you like me to throw the cheese in the fire for you?
Sure, if only because it's gonna make Mala scree.
Microwave it with the tea.
Good idea.
Riddled cheese.
Puts Mala in mug, adds water, adds salts. That way we're making sure to make it Boston style. Throws cheese on top, tosses in microwave.
Wait, Boston style? What? Oh,
Yeah, with ocean water. So
Gross.
saltwater. Saltwater tea.
Not just regular salt though. It's got to be sea salt.
Yes.
Gross.
Anything to make Mala mad. Video goals for the weekend. Okay, go ahead before I continue talking.
Anyway, last time was session 38, TLC. Total lack of concern. Foof, all pressed through the gate to threshold. It is immediately noticeable that the cough that normally guard the gate are not there. In fact, nobody is present in the area. The only open door is the one leading to the check-in. Dextral attempts at first to dive into a shadow, only to be stopped as though he'd come up against a solid. Then stands upright with a terribly stressed smile, stating they will not be slinking away from their responsibilities this time. When questioned about what's going on, Dex explains that Threshold was evacuated due to the presence of a reality warping entity just outside of Twilight. The cough imploring for somebody to release the Savnosi souls so he can go perform his duty and head off. Moving out toward the check-in building, Lost takes the book and opens it up, allowing the 583 souls to pour out. Addressing them, the paladin tells the warrior souls to follow Dextral, who will take them where they need to go. So many of them salute, it's frightening. Dex escorts the many souls out of town, away from the gate. This leaves the recallers to check in as normal, with the gnome still sitting behind his desk, looking as unconcerned as ever. The customs gnome tells everyone to check in, then get out so he can lock up before the thing arrives. So, Fragment Not Found check in one by one until Volt's turn, when the gnome pops a party popper in their face, wishing them a happy birthday. Odd, but nice? Sorta? The crew then head out of the customs office, the doors locking themselves and a barrier going up. Ah, so that's why the gnome wasn't worried. And now they must wait for their new friend to arrive. Paint, almost predictably at this point, eagerly begins painting a welcome banner for the living black hole. Fred settles down and boils a pot of coffee. I don't know why it's written as bowls here. My fingers were being stupid. Pulling out his book on chaos entities to read. His book implies that chaos entities aren't actively destructive so much as exist in a form of homeostasis. Following the Foxfolk's lead, Lost begins reading his book on the nature of the weird. The Smoke Lion gets as far as the book stating the in-between space is starved, grasping at energy to build something up only to break it down again. Volt takes the wait time to transcribe a few scrolls for later use. An hour passes before Entropian arrives. Reality manifests this creature piece by piece, emerging into existence where it does not normally belong. It is an emaciated, spindly creature, standing at a towering 16 feet tall even in its compressed size. Eyeless face still, tendrils extending off its back, ending in lights like stars. The black hole that serves as its stomach is small now, pulsing lightly. Once fully manifested, the creature observes itself, not used to being so small. Barking and wagging his tail happily, Paint bounds over, bringing with him the welcome banner. Fred stands up from his little impromptu campfire and offers the Void Terror a cup of coffee. Lost peeks up from his book before putting it back up, then slowly lowering it again, seemingly confused to not see the inward pull of the black hole in the magnetic spectrum here, unsure how to react. When it moves, the entity awkwardly steps toward Fret to take the cup of coffee. At least it seems amused by this whole ordeal, experiencing new things. Eventually, it gets over to the kitsune, taking the cup of coffee. Last cautiously observes this, finally calming down in bits and pieces. Holding the coffee, the entity stares at Fret. Fret stares back, then pulls out a Wander Meal bar to crunch on as he sips at his own coffee. Satisfied with this, the entropic being begins sipping the coffee as normal. After a few moments, Fret makes note of the lack of guards, stating they should probably check the castle. Last turns on his heel to head toward the city, taking only a few steps before he turns around. As much as he wishes to move away, best not to be rude as a representative of Twilight. He addresses the entity, telling them he is uncertain that the group has time to give a tour to the creature, but they are welcome to either follow or to be left to their own devices. This seems to amuse the creature, who notes that they are being watched, which is rather prudent. Not that the idea that observation is sorry, words. This is a weird sentence. Not that the idea that observation is in action is helping ascertain someone's stress. So, Entropian gets treated to a long walk down the main road to the city walls, which look very normal. Instead of cough, there are normal guards present, who look nervously up at the towering creature as their callers pass through the southern gate with their guest. Entropian has the novel experience of seeing the city for what it is, constantly shifting about based on the perception of its citizens. When they reach the world mirror, Paint bounds over to it, eagerly pointing at it to show off the artifact. The creature displays fascination with the mirror as it approaches, Paint using it to show off his own world. It asks how this thing works. What is it showing? Paint looks over to Last, hoping he'll explain since painting would take too long. Lost does his best to explain how the world mirror serves as a source of connection to the outside reality. Very few citizens of Twilight leave its boundaries, which makes Fragment Not Found something of an outlier. The creature finds this artifact very novel. After getting confirmation they can keep going from the group, Last leads the way toward the castle. Just inside the front door are the first two Koth they've seen since returning to Twilight, standing silent guard. When Lost asks where the others are, they don't answer, being very responsible guards. Sighing, he continues leading everyone further into the twisting halls of the Sovereign Keep. Creature pauses to observe the Koth with great interest, finding them very interesting indeed. Through the halls, led by the paladin who knows his way, Fragment find themselves at the throne room in short order. Sitting there, not in royal garb but in casual wear, is Erebane, leaning off to one side. Last proceeds to introduce the incarnate entropy as an unexpected guest, Paint insistently sending the word friend to describe them. Erebane, for his part, acknowledges the entity and receives a similar response from Paint. Meanwhile, Fret happily scribbles out that this is their new friend. They've been helpful. On that note, he writes on his chalkboard, asking what their name is. As the entity ponders this, they take the chalkboard and write out Entropian as the given name they can be called by. Erebane then lays down the ground rules for permitting this creature's presence in his realm. No eating at the domain, no eating the people, no inviting other world eaters in, and everything would be fine. Entropian specifically states the individuals of this realm are the single most tasteless things in existence, even next to Wandermeal, which is saying something. Also, he finds most other world eaters to be assholes. Shoot, are we past time?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I forgot. Pushing himself to his feet, the Black Dragon approaches the group, specifically placing a hand on his knight's shoulder, asking if he'll need to take care of giving Entropian a tour. Groaning, the very done with everything Smoke Lion states that he and the others will take care of it. Which is good, since Era has to deal with calming down an entire forest's worth of cough and getting things back to normal again. Then go back to hiding. But he would like to have another meeting with the Recallers later. Which is fine, as at least Lost has much to talk to his patron about. Talk of Wandermeal, however, raises the Paladin's ire. Jabbing a finger in the direction of both Fret and Shoal, both of whom are currently carrying Wandermeal, Last states that out of spite to them, their first tour visit will be his bakery. Paint excitedly wags his tail the whole way back to Echo's Kindness, where Lost gets comfortable behind the bakery counter. He then sweeps an arm out, telling Entropian to pick out whatever they desire. Of course, Fret intervenes, slapping 100 seals on the counter as he asks Lost to provide basically a sampler platter of all his specialty goods. There is a good moment where the baker has to collect his thoughts, during which time he happily pulls out the largest cutting board he can find and has Rex pull out a number of regular baked goods to place on the board for Entropian. Which, in turn, gives Lost enough time to make a smattering of specialty goods for the creature. Eventually, the group begin taking their new guest on an actual tour of the districts. One that soon gets sidetracked into dragging Entropian to the Recallers Bar. Mainly at the behest of Fret and Shoal, who are eager to take their new friend drinking. Tooth grins at first as Foof enter, and then frowns as he looks up and down due to the new arrival. He can feel that, and it's weird that he can feel that. Intending to see how strong a drink Entropian can handle, the group have Tooth give the World Eater a whole bottle of the same alcohol that Erebane drinks. Well, when Entropian takes the bottle, it doesn't have a readily available way to drink it, so he just consumes the bottle whole. Much to its surprise, they actually taste the poison and get a pleasant buzz going. Lost, being rather disgruntled from all the stress of the past short period of time, simply sits at the bar. Fred also sits at the bar, ordering a beer and letting Captain Tooth know they found some interesting information regarding the Unravelers. Such info is always good to have, so Tooth grins and pulls out the paperwork, intending to have it filled out in official capacity. Lass does not take this well. He very cheerily tells Tooth the captain will be helping fill that stuff out if he wants the information, only for Fret to undermine his leader's tactic by plainly stating via telepathy that Unravelers are vulnerable to effects similar to Ghostbane. This briefly confuses Tooth, who could swear that such things had been attempted before. But he shrugs, and otherwise brushes off Last's snarky behavior, telling him he doesn't have to do the paperwork if he doesn't want to. Paint, seeing this, hops onto the counter and drops his ball in front of his stead. Being too done to leave his seat for the moment, Lost chucks the ball elsewhere in the bar. Giving Last a look, Paint flops on the paperwork and grumbles, sending images of the park. Furt insists that they've got things handled, telepathically nudging the team leader to go unwind. So Last gets up and collects Paint's ball, leaving to head to the park for a while. He chooses to let his team take care of things. He doesn't need to handle all the paperwork all the time. Volt, meanwhile, slinks off to his laboratory to get back to work on his non-detector detector now that he has God's blood for it. Also to get the drug coffee replicated as soon as possible, giving some to Dr. Moore. This is a mistake against the entirety of Volt's place of work. As time goes by, Fret and Shoal decide they should visit.
I think it's more the entirety of Twilight as a whole.
Well, yes, but we'll get to that. As time goes by, Fret and Shoal decide they should visit the Druids to see if their map is finished, thus leaving Entropion to their own devices. When the pair of callers arrive at the Druids' abode, they find it seemingly in the midst, or aftermath, of some sort of frat party. Lycanbeard comes out with the letters FAD painted on their chest. Apparently, some college/frat kids have done this to him. But their map is ready. Pulling out the map of the city, Acid McFlytrap begins pointing to a number of locations they've circled. Mossy did attempt some investigations, but some places were shut down or abandoned looking and gave him weird vibes that made doing that difficult. But the map is made now, and he hands it over to Fret and Shoal. When it comes to payment, rather than seals, you would rather something more direct or substantial, especially little animal friends. So Fret chooses something interesting, giving one of his passes to the Bizarre Bazaar to the Druid. In return, the Poppy Pilferer teaches Fret a spell that lets him turn parts of his body into a lava lamp. No real use, but apparently a fan favorite in the bedroom. The next day, Last enters his office for the first time in a while, finding his desk covered in a thin layer of dust. When he checks the drawers, everything in there has a layer of dust too. Man, it's not even the tasty dust.
Oh boy.
While he's cleaning everything off, the guard captain comes by with the sweetest smile. I.e. Sergeant Lenicus, because her first name is Sergeant, apparently. She politely asks he inform her next time he leaves, though seems to understand that it was an emergency mission. Though the only route left for Last to patrol is the so-called bad route, in the broken places up north near the bridge to nothing. Of which, the bridge itself seems to be cut off now. Concerning, but Lost doesn't mind such routes. However, when the captain tries to saddle him with double shifts, the baker is quick to remind her that would stop him from bringing her favorites. It's almost like the smoke line is trying to be better about making time for himself. As it turns out, on his way back from his patrol route that day, he passes Erebaean. Surprised, Lost stops to try and chat with his patron. Instead, the Unforgotten leads his paladin over to the plaza in the World Mirror. There, Last is treated to the very embarrassing sights of a number of his people attempting to pray to, worship, or pledge themselves to Erebaean. For some reason, the dragon finds this highly amusing, especially since he's learned a lot about Last people due to the books brought in. As the dragon leaves to go skulk about and hide in the city again, he teases the poor smoke lion just a little more. Leaving Lost feeling confused, dense, and flustered as he mounts up on canvas to go back to his bakery. He'll have to speak to Erebaean eventually anyway, in regards to important information found about the Unravelers. During the next few days, Volt continues to work upon his project, taking only rare breaks in his innovative frenzy. Paint, meanwhile, spends as much time as he can stand each day in classes, eager to complete his current courses. During the second day of his classes, he gets offered some of the drug coffee, the kind that came back with Fragment Not Found. At least on the nights he returns from class having that coffee, he sleeps super good. Fret manages to read through and complete the rest of his book on chaos beings. So many syntax errors this time. The information becoming rather esoteric, implying that chaos entities are there to maintain a form of equilibrium in the universe. They don't take any one side, the author proposing that should one side win over the other, then the whole universe would cease to be. So when a little bit of chaos gets stabilized, the chaos critters usually bugger off. For Lost and his own book, he finds the author puts forth that the Nothing is inhabited by low-energy beings that form now and then. Such beings end up hunting universes for energy, and things to consume to gain in strength, and even posits they eventually reach a critical point and become new universes. A radical theory, but one to be taken with a grain of salt. As surmised, the Unravelers are parasites. At Volt's work, he's finding that his coworkers are giving him looks of late, mainly due to Dr. Morn's recent behavior and new drug coffee addiction. On the fourth day, after the Recallers return from their trip to the Void, Lost receives a letter from Captain Unthine stating that a meeting is being held and Foof's presence is required. Arabane will also be there, as the meeting is being held regarding defenses against Unravelers. Lost, being the leader of Fragment Not Found, must get his crew together for the meeting in 3 days' time. When he gets to his bakery on this day, the Smoke Lion notices a new shop across from his own, called Dusk Shot. The image of the beverage on the sign is very familiar. Shaking his head, Last goes into his bakery to work. Fred enters the establishment, asking Lost if he has some time. Tilting his head, the Savnos states that he does, and moves closer. The Foxwalk requests any 2 items that Lost has, and receives a bar of soap and a ration. In turn, Fred casts some magic and leaves the items on a table, then beckons for Lost to follow. Paint, happy enough to follow along, joins the other 2 for their clandestine meeting. Partway to their destination, Fred notices the wild dog and pulls out a Wandermeal bar, using the same spell from earlier and chucking the bar off into an alleyway. Then back on track to their meeting away from prying eyes. Fred takes his friends to the nearest local park and has a seat by the closest shade tree. He beckons his friends closer. Paint and Lost sit next to the Kitsune. Pulling out his marked map, the Kitsune shows it off to the other 2. He explains that he got some intel from the seaweed suckers, and just to be safe, made sure nobody else knows they're conversing about this. The marks are places heavily painted with lead-lined paint, enough to block scrying. Gesturing to one mark, Lost notes that they've been there before, as it was the senator's abode. Suddenly, a wild arson appears. Paint growls, but Last seems nonplussed. Grinning, Fred adds arson to the telepathic conversation. There is a brief derailment where Arson is questioned about their curriculum, but apparently they're being a good, if a bit lazy, student. When Fred explains what the marks on the map are for, Arson points out the mark on the threshold is the school. He knows it's lead paint because he licked it. Apparently lead is candy to Arson's people, because of course it is. Last
Explains
asks,
so much.
I know, right? Also, Arson, stop hopping settings. You're not allowed to do that.
Arson does what he wants.
Last asks if Arson has been to the school's basement, but Arson says there isn't one. Generally concerning, though Lost ponders if he's thinking of the wrong building. In the end, he manages to convince Arson to check around the school to see if there really is no basement. Poor Arson groans and whines when he gets repeatedly told he can't use more destructive means to check. In a huff, he goes off to commit crimes. Now back to just the trio, Lost and Fred decide they should start from the outer districts and work their way in. Lost makes mention that canvas means they'll be able to cover a lot of ground quickly. Paint huffs, still grumbly he doesn't have his little sidecar. But the odd gets conciliatory pats. They make their way back to the bakery to find there's a note on the table with the soap bar and ration. It's from Volt. The note states he's not certain if this is a prank or a polymorph accident gone wrong, but if they need him, he'll be at the lab. Ah well, perhaps it's better to find Shoal first. As Fred and Lost chat about finding Shoal, the hidden cat shark telepathically sends spooky noises to his fox. Looking around, surprised, the kitsune tells the others that Shoal must be around here somewhere. Thinking himself clever, Lost noodles his overly large tail around on the ground, but can't find Shoal. So instead, he goes to bake a crushed shark and lure the cat shark out. Fret sits at a table, beginning to telepathically fill in Shoal in spite of not seeing Shoal. Sniffing around, Paint stops by a shelf and barks, thinking he may have found the otherwise stealthy quadruped. When he tries to get Lost's attention this way, however, he fails to do so. Frustrated, Paint sneezes, resulting in a burst of frost. Shoal squints, but does not move from their hiding spot. Sighing as he pulls the crushed shark from the oven, Lost chides Paint for damaging the furniture, going over to ruffle the wild dog's face, much to their lack of amusement. Looking over the shelf, Lost still can't see the cat shark somehow. Like a goddamn chameleon. Such a shame, as there is a fresh crushed shark here. Fret, being a gremlin, pretends to eat the crushed shark at first, then begins trying to lure the cat shark out to Volt's lab. Paint barks and follows after the kitsune, last following soon after. At some point, Shoal abandons being sneaky in favor of being fast enough to snatch the tasty treat from Fret's hands. The kitsune, noticing at last that their companion is finally at their side, having eaten the crushed shark from their hands. Eventually, the group make their way to Volt's lab, a brilliant madman happily exclaiming that they do not appear to be soap. Cheekily, Lost says he was soap, but he got better. Fill me in slightly. We are going to the lab because Volt has made the non-detector, right?
You were getting him for many reasons.
Yes, and also I need to tell people that we need to be at the meeting that is in... Is it still in 3 days, or is it 2 days now?
It's 2 days. But you guys, Volt wanted to do experiments, but you guys also want to do a preliminary check of some of the locations. So,
okay. Sorry, it's been a while due to the vacation.
It's fine. Yeah, last we left off, you guys were about to head up to the snow zone, which sounds like a Sonic level. The Luminary Snow Haven. Specifically to check that first spot out and do a preliminary check. If I recall correctly.
The vacation from fun.
Cease.
But yes, you guys have all met up, and this might be a chance for Dr. Volt to show his salts in his brand new invention. You guys gather up necessary things, and I'm assuming you're going to head right for the snow zone, the Luminary Snow Haven as the Lunar Snow Haven right away, or were there other things you guys wanted to do along the way?
Let me see here.
And Dr. Volt does want to experiment on Paint at some point in time. I know what I said.
He wants to have Paint as a control subject so he can test mark versus non-mark.
Yep.
Well, we're currently in 7, which has a location, so we could look at the location in 7, and as we're going up towards the Snow Haven, we can check the one in 12, and then the one in Snow Haven, to be efficient.
If you'd like.
Yeah, we could do that.
But Volt has experiment first.
Do you want him to do his experiments first? I think what Volt's trying to do might actually take some time.
I mean, aren't we already there?
Up to y'all.
Is what Volt's going to do going to take some time?
Yeah, what kind of experiments?
It depends on how quick it is to crack.
He wants to compare the mark to somebody without the mark.
Oh, to try and
And,
figure
like,
out
see
what
how it
allows them to
determines-
track it.
Yeah, exactly. And like what spell flumps.
And also, potentially a way to reverse engineer it. Sounds like a.
I mean, if
idea.
you could get it to backlash on him, that would be fun.
Something you've activated my trap card bad reaction to Simochi.
I used to run a
Yeah.
bad reaction deck.
Oh,
So
that's
did
such
I.
a fun deck.
That is up to you guys. If you guys would like to do it, it will take at least a day, if not two, depending on how fantastically amazing this person rolls. Mainly because technically it would be impossible, but Dr. Volt here I know can get above a fucking 50.
I get the feeling that Volt would tell us how long this might take.
Normally weeks, but if he's going to be doing the super nonsense, I'm going to be getting a 50 out of this nonsense. Maybe a day or two.
Dr. Volt's response to that being asked how long it takes. Well, technically, what I am attempting to do should be impossible. So,
A couple days.
a week, maybe a month.
Then perhaps it will need to be held off a little longer. But with all of us gathered, I should inform you all that in 2 days' time, we are expected at a meeting with the leadership of the Recallers. Arabane will be in attendance. This has to do with the Unravelers, it seems.
Well, that'll be fun.
Having fun, Cat? Where'd you get that plastic from? You know what? Never mind.
Oh, no.
I don't want to know where you got that.
Don't ask questions you don't want him to answer.
He's not. He's currently ripping apart whatever piece of plastic he's got there. So what's the plan, guys?
We wait to do the stuff. We're probably gonna have to wait to do the whatchamadoohickeys, the experiments until after the meeting, at the very least.
Understandable.
Until after the meeting, or until after we keep Twilight from imploding on itself due to time bomb shenanigans?
Yep. So you guys want to explore number 7 first then, huh?
I mean, it's the closest one.
Sure, I need somebody to roll a navigation. With the way this place works, a map is great. Kinda.
Okay.
Navigation.
Okay.
Yep. Of course, one person can roll and another person can assist.
Can I assist with explore?
You may.
Is this
Profession skill.
Oh, okay. I was like, are you getting confused with Scar?
No. Profession skill.
Okay.
I'm gonna. It's not
Oof.
terrible because that's a 14.
Well-
Hold on.
I got a 17.
That's still enough to assist, so plus 2 to Vari.
Okay, so that is a 14 plus my bonuses from items. If my Wayfinder and Astrolabe and such count.
Yep. So you guys go out into the Emerald Academia and trying to get to a certain area within the map. You guys end up at a university. One of the magical universities here that do experimental magics. This seems to be about the right area.
Hmm.
You see plenty of the magically inclined walking around students, professors, you know the deal. Very nerdy. A little highbrow, honestly. Dr. Volt would recognize this is one of the more affluent colleges here in Emerald Academia. It is known to be... A lot of your coworkers actually came from here. They're definitely the kind of people that will, touch a bomb to see if it explodes.
Can't say I'm unfamiliar with the concept.
Right. So, Fred, I assume that our leafy friend didn't exactly give you a description of each mark.
Fred shakes his head. And then pulls out his sitar. And begins performing a song by Imagine Dragons.
Is it radioactive?
Yeah. In other words, spell songing detect radiation.
I mean, considering how unreal this place is, I think the band can exist here, but the name of the band would be Imagined Dragons.
They're actually dragons.
Created through imagination.
No, they're dream dragons.
Dream dragons. Yes, you do sense some levels of radiation in the area. You're not surprised.
Well, Fret's just going to leisurely keep up that spell, while they look around.
So you guys enter the college and start walking through the halls. Nobody seems to care. You walk past some lecture halls where, there's definitely a teacher at front giving lectures. And then you get to an area that looks more like a lab setting. And this is where your radiation starts to go off a little bit more heavily as you walk through. You're pretty sure at this point in time, just walking through, that there are probably sources of radiation in some of these labs. I need you to roll a spellcraft to identify the particular radiation you're looking for.
Okay, well, particularly he's looking for absence of radiation, but yes.
Yep, I know.
Okay, that is going to be a spellcraft of... that is 28.
When you finally catch that little whiff of the lack of radiation, you go to a certain spot in this lab area that has a door labeled containment room.
Lost is going to read the plate on the door. I don't think that this is where we need to be.
Fred nods affirmatively.
I also don't think that opening that door to check is a good idea.
Fred shakes his head.
It has heavy locks on it.
Is there, like, an instructor or somebody that looks like they might have some authority nearby?
There's several students walking around. You could easily poke one of them.
Yeah, Lost is going to flag one of them down. Excuse me, please.
Yes.
This containment room, what is it for?
So that's the room that we stick failed experiments that have a danger level to them until they stop being dangerous. It's also where we store the artifacts and the other stuff that we really don't want people to know about too much.
Ah,
Preservations.
so it's lined in lead then.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We reline it like every 3 weeks or so. I mean, conjecturally speaking, it depends on the part. It's actually rather large in there. It's kind of
Wait.
a marble.
You need to reline it?
Well, when, you got a summon that's gone absolutely ballistic after you've done several experiments on its brain, you need to put it somewhere for a little while, and sometimes it scratches the walls.
Ah,
Best it can't see in, best it can't see out. Completely normal scientific procedures.
he puts a hand to his chin as he ponders. Wouldn't it be more effective to have lead plating as a layer between a more sturdy internal wall and the external walls?
Paint's cheaper.
Point taken. Thank you.
Anything else? You must be new students. You don't have the uniforms yet.
No. We're recallers performing an investigation.
Why? Don't you guys normally do things outside?
Yes and no. We have been asked to perform an internal investigation of the city. It involves lead-lined areas.
Oh, well, if that's the case, I didn't tell you about this room. I'm gonna go that way now.
Fred gives a
He
thumbs
just
up.
starts walking.
Last is glad to be out of that conversation easily. Right, we can cross this off the list.
Fred nods.
Anything else you want to do in the school?
Right, so this is a different school than the one that Paint's going to, right?
Yes, this is not your school.
Perfect. And I assume that there's school rivalries, right?
What is Paint gonna pee on?
I was about to ask the same thing.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, you can start a school rivalry right now.
Well, no, Paint would not know about it unless he's already, unless he had already experienced it, he would not know that that's a thing.
School rivalries do exist in other colleges. This is one of those snooty ones that like to have a clean image. Thank you. But Uwu definitely argues with Owo.
What about
And which one
Alma?
are we at?
None of those. This one is going to remain nameless because I'm lazy.
Okay, fair enough.
Oh, okay, so clearly it's Awa.
Why? What does it stand for, though?
I haven't thought that far ahead.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay.
Ascendant Wizarding Academian.
Yeah, that sounds great.
You don't have to remember that. I pulled that out of my hat.
I'm never going to remember that. It's okay.
Iwi is Institute of Wise Individuals.
Why did I open this door? This is my fault. I did this to myself. Oh, okay. All right. Do you guys want to move on to the next location?
Yes, please.
Sounds good.
Probably should.
Go ahead and roll that navigation as you go to 12. The Cultural Legacy.
I kinda
Damn, you're not going
wedged
to
it
miss
though.
this there. I got it.
So
You pull it off, you set it down, and it turns into a 19.
yeah, so that is a navigation of a 30.
You're going to find this place rather rapidly. And it makes sense very quickly of why this place might have been there. It is a history of metals museum that you end up in front of based on the circle. Specifically metallurgy. Do you care to go in?
Fred seems interested in going in and looks to the rest of the group kind of eagerly.
Joel's fine with it.
Lost is making a face and tapping a finger on one arm, but he doesn't seem against it. He just doesn't think this is the place we're looking for.
Paint's
again,
going to walk in.
Any one of these, any of these places that would have a reasonable reason to have a lead-lined room would be the perfect place to hide your lead-lined room.
You aren't wrong.
If you'd like entry to the museum, it is 3 scales a person.
All right, give me a moment. Marking
3
off
scales
3
it is.
scales.
Sure.
Paint's
You know
going
what,
to
Lost is-
pretend to just be a companion for Last Lost and, just, stick to Last
The-
Lost and try to walk in with him.
The curator will cross his arms and stare at Last Lost.
What? They're my emotional support companion.
And intelligent, the curator goes.
Looks down at Paint, looks back up at the curator. Does emotional intelligence count?
If I find out you're scamming me. He waves you in.
As soon as we're a good distance away from the curator, Last is just going to smile to himself.
So this museum is dedicated to different cultures that they have, recallers like yourself have come across in different ways they use metals. This includes cultures that have discovered how to use metals in buildings, weaponry. They've got a very advanced, a very large collection of weapons. Different types of metals that have been discovered and different types of alloys seen on different planets. There is a display dedicated to lead specifically. So you see the lead-lined pots, the lead-lined crystals, the things like that. And there is a sign that says that the paint in this room is lead-based. It cites that for many species, lead is actually a poisonous substance that continuously seems to, throughout many species, get added to many things that really shouldn't be. However, it has been shown to not necessarily be poisonous to every species out there. But you see your bronzes, your tins, your irons, your iron alloys, all sorts of very interesting things. Different means of shaping it, heating it, melting it, how some alloys are extravagantly rare, how some actually mimic other materials. It's actually quite a large museum. Their weapon selection is fantastic.
So Fred is going to be interested in 2 things.
Mm-hmm.
Iron and steel alloys of various sorts. Particularly things involving energized iron quartz or spire steel, and properties of alloys pertaining to that. And then care and maintenance of such weapons.
You know about spiral steel. I'm not going to tell you too much about that. especially since I'm too lazy to look it up right now.
That's fine.
As far as cores go, since museum's not really focused on the cores themselves, it does briefly mention them in several capacities, different things that have been used as cores to different metals, especially in the weapons section. Proper care of swords and stuff like that, there is a lot of information depending on what the alloys are, but majority of situations suggest light oil coatings and keeping them just generally clean and free of liquids.
Does the gift shop happen to have any weapon treatment things of any sort?
Specifically, no, but it does have little samplings of different alloys that they can get their hands on that aren't really worth too much, but are kind of pretty.
Oh,
Metals that are reflect weird colors and stuff.
damn! I was hoping to get some weapon oil from the gift shop.
No, that would be a weird place to have it, and then they'd overcharge anyways.
Oh yeah, it'd be like yeah.
They do, though, have stuffed version of many of the weird weapons in the collection.
Stuffed okay. What kind of legendary weapons are there stuffed versions of?
Not necessarily legendary, they're the weird looking ones. Like, they got a giant pike on a long stick, but it's small, so you can actually carry it around. Imagine a 10-foot pole with a pike at the end of it was a weapon that was on display. You know, the weird weapons of history kind of nonsense. So they're all
Wait.
silly and they're all stuffed toys.
Wait. Are there any stuffed Erebane swords?
Yes, plenty of them, because Erebane has a really weird sword.
Spectacular Fret's buying one of those.
Cool, it's one scale.
Perfect. That puts me at exactly 700 scales.
Yep, it's
Some-
Go ahead.
Something. There are two dragons inside of you, and both of them like the museum gift shop.
Yep, you got a 3-foot stuffed sword.
Lost is going to ask Paint if he wants anything from the gift shop. They're stuffed toys. There's no way Paint could get hurt with these.
Have you met a dog?
They're also stuffed weapons. You think he's not going to try and wield one with his mouth? I've seen the TikToks
Yes.
about the dog with the boffin.
Paint is just going to go over to several of them and just bite on one, pull it off, bite on another, pull it off the shelf, you know. Before long, he's got a small pile.
Paint. Just select one, won't you? If we come back, you can get another one.
Paint looks at last. One eye blinks, then the other. He's got to keep up the charade of being unintelligent, after all. And then he bites on
Folds his
one of
arms.
them again.
He folds his arms. All right, I guess we're getting you that one. And then Lost is going to go and start putting back the stuffed toys that weren't selected.
One of them's called the reverse double scythe. Instead of having the blade on the inside, it's on the outside, and there's two blades, one on each side. Apparently, the idea is you grab onto the handles and run forward and hope.
Oh, kind of like what's the Klingon weapon? Batleth or
Batleth.
whatever.
A batleth on a stick with the curve backwards.
I don't understand.
If you think the weapons I'm making up are weird, you should look at the weird weapons of history, because some of them are just like, why?
I know.
You mean like the lantern shield?
Lantern shields are cool.
Yeah.
Look,
They're
sometimes you
awesome,
need to be
but
able to block an attack while seeing where you're going.
Still weird.
My favorite though is the shield that also can stab you though.
There are a
Several of those.
distressing number.
Yeah,
of
there's a lot of those. Yeah.
But yeah, you can those stuffed animals or stuffed animals. Those stuffed weapons are a scale a piece, so you can buy one for paint.
Okay. Paint is getting a stuffed weapon of their choice.
That will be destroyed in 3 days. Got it.
I don't know.
Do you think it's going to last that long?
True.
Damn.
Look, at
So,
least it doesn't squeak.
Random anecdote. My dad's German Shepherd. He recently passed away, but he one Christmas was given a hammer plushie thing from like Tractor Supply or something, I think it was. And it had like a little electronic thing inside of it that made hammering sounds whenever it was pressed. And this was a mistake, by the way, a gigantic mistake. And the dog loved it. And would activate it constantly. The thing lasted 5 months. Because aside from making it make the hammering sounds, he was so careful with it. Like, just absolutely gentle with it. It was
Actually
wonderful.
impressive.
It made the noises that made everybody mad. Of course, he wanted it to have or last forever.
Yeah.
That's dog logic. But
Except, no. That would be cat logic. For dog logic, it's the noise that got everybody to pay attention to him.
Ah, yes.
That is dog logic.
Yep.
yes. Did you guys have any other questions about the museum or anything in particular you wanted me to state about this?
Does it look like there's anywhere that goes under the building? Like stairs to a basement or something?
You're a little hard pressed to see anything like that, but there were employee only areas where they had the lovely employee only doors or staff only doors. So if it has some sort of basement, I'd be behind one of those. You do know that this particular museum does have some sort of second floor. Being the historical district, a lot of these buildings have second floors where people seem to reside, which is a very classic style of architecture.
So
It probably makes all the history nerds happy.
we've done Emerald Academia, right? That
Yep.
was the first one. Okay. So yeah.
I guess before we leave, I
Mhm.
don't think anything will come of it, so we don't have to like roleplay it out or anything. But Lost is going to ask the employees, like he's going to show them his guard and recallers badge effectively, and ask them if there has been anything strange going on around the museum lately. Has anything gone missing, or has there been anywhere employee related that has been intruded upon?
They're gonna state nothing unusual, but there have been a couple of museums that had weird robberies recently, despite the ban. Mainly art.
Robberies of art. Okay, he's less interested about that. That's just people skirting the game ban.
Are you surprised?
No, he's not. He will ask them if they contacted the guard because due diligence.
He says not their museum, other museums, so not their problem.
Fair enough. He'll thank them. and we can be on our way.
All right. Before we go on to 13, I'm going to go and get another drink because I am out of drink, and I like having beverages. So,
Water is good.
Mhm.
Everyone get up and stretch.
Yes, stretch. Take care of yourselves.
Joke's on you, I'm already stretched out. I have got my chair as physically far away from the desk as I can while still touching the wall.
Okay, I'll be back in a minute. Ow, my legs.
Oh no. Yo. Cyberpunk Edge Runners is getting a second season.
Yep.
Wait, what?
Cyberpunk Edge Runners is getting a season 2.
I'm concerned.
I am sincerely hoping they go anthology. Because continuing on the story that we've already covered would be kind of a choice to make.
Well, let's hope
Taya
they don't ruin it, but we'll find out.
cute.
Zimq. Everyone here is
So-
Q.
Die.
So the trailer that was released has characters that I have never seen before in the little teaser thing.
I mean, I hope it would have characters you've never seen before, because if we were to go with the starting or go with the cast of the first one, the characters would consist of Lucy and Adam Smasher.
Well, unless they did the prequel thing.
Yeah. I just thought of the funniest thing Netflix could do with their anime adaptations.
What?
They'll never do it. But the funniest thing they could do is, since they've also done the Devil May Cry anime, just slap that Shin Megami Tensei logo on things and just cameo Dante in them.
Oh boy.
The thing is that would be completely in character for Dante. He's just a background extra in somebody else's story for once. He'd be down with that. Just eating
Poor
a piece
Dante.
of pizza and laughing.
Cute.
What do you mean, poor Dante? He'd be pointing and laughing at them.
True. Shut your flamming face, Uncle Flammer. I'm not cute.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah.
Writing Flammer, Uncle Flammer. You're an Uncle Flammer. That is true. Nobody flumps uncles quite like you.
Gross.
I might really like the flom.
We've noticed.
And yeah, Taya, this looks very anthology. I'm excited.
Good.
Are you sure Dante isn't the kind of character that wouldn't only sit there and laugh, but like just show up every once in a while to say a quip and then walk away?
Absolutely.
Because I feel like he'd show up in a pivotal scene where something really horrible is about to happen and just walk in and be like, "Oh, that sucks, buddy," and then walk away. Don't know where he came from, don't know where he goes.
Oh, kind
He
of.
He just pulls a Wallace and like hands he just hands a dude like a crowbar, does a one-liner, and you don't ever see him again for the rest of the anime.
Kind of do the Stan Lee thing with the Marvel movies with Stan Lee cameos.
Oh no.
Oh, where he's just in the background says one line is gone.
What a... Oh my god. Dante is the Stan Lee of Netflix. Let's go. You can put him everywhere.
Oh, jeez. That sounds terrible.
But hilarious.
Hilarious.
Hilarious?
Isn't that the name of one of your characters in something?
No, that's Taldarius.
Oh, that's what I'm thinking.
No, that's
That's a person.
A person.
Yes.
He's a fucking nerd.
Yep. He's going to be very mad like this, but he looks like an Ender Dragon.
Rude.
He's not here to stop me.
He's gonna
He's going to send me a report on how he is not the Ender Dragon.
Well, you didn't say he was. You just said he looks like one. I hope you're ready for your, 4,000-word essay he's going to write you on this stuff. It's okay. You can just turn off Discord for a day. He'll be fine.
Now I'll just wait for it to come in and write cool story, bro. Or I could do the mean thing and write a thesis back about cross comparisons between him and the Ender Dragon.
Also funny.
That's rude. That's rude.
It depends on how much time I have, because I do have to record a short.
Hello.
With my roommate's help this weekend.
What?
Also, welcome back.
A short? What?
Yeah, I need to make Boston tea specifically for Mala and post to my YouTube channel.
Spectacular.
Oh boy.
I wasn't kidding when I said I was going to do that. I am dead set on taking some time this weekend and making Boston tea the proper way. All right. So now that everybody's back, yeah, you guys move outside the museum. I don't think you guys have ever gone to the cultural center before, so this area does have a significant amount of different museums. Those tacky, whatchamacallit, tourist trap type places are also dotted literally everywhere. Vendors, like legitimate street vendors, selling different quote-unquote historically made crafts, including historical candies and the like. And the historical cosplay community is definitely here in tandem. Some of the outfits that they're wearing is you wonder if it could actually possibly be real, but the universe is a big place, so maybe, but why? And enough tweed jackets to, code a 1950s era college movie.
Dude, tweed Lamau.
Lamau. Anything else you want to check out in this area?
Actually, I have a question. Does Lost see any of his people around here?
Not currently. For the time being, they're probably going through integration and learning the local language.
I have to ask because I never know. They might be visiting the city.
Not this early on. Technically, not even Arson's supposed to be like wandering off into the city yet, but Arson does what Arson does. Like, Paint also, kind of snuck out.
Just a little bit.
Okay, so the Fret will try to take note of any theaters that he sees.
There aren't going to be too many in this district. There's more theaters in... Oh, what is it?
Wait, it isn't. Wait.
Uh,
Cultural diversity. How? Yeah, 12 says theaters.
Does it? Oh, you're right. That is the correct area. So dozens then.
Okay. Are there any notable plays being done?
Making me think.
I'm sorry.
Let's see. How punny can I make some of these?
Oh Lord. Oh Lord.
There is a play called The Punisher currently on one of them. It features a skeleton that apparently dislikes authority, according to the description.
He has a bone to pick with them.
Just a few. There seems to be a puppet show currently on called Not Your Average Puppets.
You're gonna say no strings on me.
No, that show didn't go over too well.
Fair enough.
There seems to be some sort of reenactment of a play from somebody's home world about a daring hero of some form that speaks completely in rhyme, while everybody else speaks normally and keeps on calling him out about it. It's called A Rhyme Without a Reason.
I'm so upset.
all right.
You asked for this.
I think I'm gonna need another coffee.
Is, it,
So,
is there,
in
is there
apropos
the
of nothing,
classic play about the lecherous king, King Lear?
What'd you say, Viv, before I have to hear that more?
I said in apropos of nothing, does Twilight have its own sign language?
Yes.
Cool. I know what I'm spending some scales on later.
Neat. Yeah, those are the notable ones right now.
I think that we're good then.
Okay. So you guys are going up to the lunar... You're going up to the snow zone because I'm being lazy right now, apparently.
Mm-hmm.
And I need that navigation again.
All right.
Wait, that's not my dice. Oh, yes, it is.
The one place in Twilight where it is not always twilight, it is always night with the full moon.
Okay. Well, that's a navigation of a 19 before modifier.
27.
Yep.
I'm helping.
You are?
Which, yeah, the bonuses from items, if those are applicable, is 1, 2, 3, 5. It's +6 if his items count.
Yep. What's your total with the items?
25.
And then we get +2 from Viv. So you would have barely gotten it by yourself. So the lovely part about this is it always looks like there's a fresh coat of snow in the area. So after you guys walk far enough, if you were to turn around to a point where you couldn't see, your footprints would actually be gone.
Hey, my 27 only gives a +2.
It gives more because I'm technically going to be counting this separate for reasons.
Okay.
I'll get there.
Oh.
Exploration here is actually necessary. And I knew that Viv was going to roll it. Because a lot of this area, past being snow-coated, does have past some areas, but not all of them. There are sparse buildings. A lot of the people that like warm, cozy homes in the middle of winter in the area, you get the sensation of cold without actually feeling cold. The impression of cold, like you should feel cold, and you can tell it is cold, but you don't feel cold because of the way Twilight works. And you guys are trudging through the snow. This is taking a while because in some portions of the snow, it's actually fairly deep, and you guys are going through drifts and stuff trying to locate this area that seems to be in a back corner.
In response, sky swim.
Okay.
Also,
swimming.
Also, regarding it being cold, yeah, that activates Fret's winter survivor trait.
Oh.
In that he gets cold resist.
Well, it's not actually cold, it's just the impression of.
Yeah.
Yep. That could still go off because the idea of Fret suddenly floofing up. The winter coat grows in. Have fun when it hits shedding.
Oh no.
You signed up for this.
You opened the door, I just walked in, man.
Yep.
But, yep, you guys are trudging through the snow for quite a while. It's actually really difficult to navigate here, and if it wasn't for Viv's exploration, you guys probably would have ended up going in a couple of circles. It is, as I said, nighttime out. You got the full moon and white everywhere. As you guys get further towards the edge, you've left most of the buildings behind, and you finally come up upon two very specific ones that you think are in the right area. One of them seems to be a little cottage with the light currently on, and there is smoke coming out of the chimneys. The other one seems to be, it looks like one of those buildings that was built onto a rampart, with one of the two entrances seeming to have been collapsed with a large rock sitting in front of it. They are too far apart for the detect radiation to go on both.
Okay. Well, yeah. Detect radiation is a 120-foot radius, by the way.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. They're far apart enough to the point where you can see them both from where you were standing now, and you could see each building from each other, but they're a bit of a jaunt.
Okay. Cool.
Well, we check one and then the other.
Fret finger guns at Shoal.
Which one would you like to go to first?
The cottage.
The cottage it is. And I'm assuming Vari's going to detect radiation. Distinct lack of radiation as you get close to it.
Knew it!
Okay. And yeah, this is it's a duration. I've got 40 minutes every time I cast it.
Okay. Why did you want to walk back by the other building?
Not yet. Just I figured doing one and then the other.
Okay. Yep, you do not detect radiation from this building. The cottage.
Well, Fret gestures to Last Lost and then kind of does the sweeping gesture towards the front of the cottage.
Ah, yes. I suppose I'll go in front this time. You know, in case they have a shotgun.
Paint is hopping ahead of Last. Paint has been hopping along through the snow instead of actually walking. You know, hop, hop, hop.
Just crunching through the snow with each hop.
Exactly.
No, doing the big jumpies.
Yep, you'll get up to this cottage. It's well kept. Definitely has that old cottage in the woods kind of vibe to it. It's got the log sides, nice windows that are currently frosted over, smoke coming out of the chimney. It feels warm as you get close.
Well, Lost is going to get up to the door and he's going to knock on it politely, as he does.
It will be a few moments before the door cracks open, and what you see is, imagine a gnome except bird-shaped.
So Gib Gab.
Little hoppy boy. Except they're wearing heavy furs, like a hunter would. And yes, they have a shotgun that is taller than them. They look up at you, and in a shockingly deep voice go, "Hi."
The important question.
Yes.
When the door opens, is there the detection of radiation?
Yes.
Oh.
Just that light, tiny, background amount that you normally get.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
I
Not a heavy amount.
Okay. I was about to.
This is
Okay.
a tiny creature, by the way. May I help you?
Yes. Apologies for disturbing you. We've been investigating a number of places that appear to be lined in lead as part of an ongoing investigation being performed by the Recallers.
Fret will telepathy to Last Lost. This isn't the place.
I see.
It appears as though this is not the place we were looking for.
Unlikely.
But have you noticed anything strange recently? Aside from us, of course.
He looks over at the other building, then back at you. That place is weird. Don't go there.
Paint is immediately hopping off to that other building.
I'm just like my inner video game everything. It's just like, well, I guess I know where we're going next.
Exactly. Why do you think Paint's already going?
Fret will telepathy at Pain. Wait. This guy might still be dangerous. Don't go yet.
Is there any reason why we shouldn't be going there?
Bad vibes.
Did something happen? We noticed that one of the entrances has been blocked.
Was like that before I moved here.
I see.
People don't go in. Bad vibes. Creepy vibes. Lead paint make vibes not enter house. Proximity to weird building keep people away.
I see.
Nice and quiet here.
Then we'll leave you be. Thank you. You've been most helpful.
Do you care for hot drink called hot cocoa?
Yeah.
Made fresh batch. It an invention called microwave.
Can Paint smell it?
Yes, you can.
Paint is squeezing in past him.
Paint, no, that's rude. You shouldn't.
He was invited.
I suppose, yes. Thank you. Please forgive my companion.
I invite in. Don't fear Betty here. Pats the gun. Too big to use. Intimidation tactic. Games not for bird. Bird for games.
I find it to be a very effective tactic. Lost will step inside or duck inside. It depends on how tall the door is.
Medium. Yeah, he'll provide you guys with hot cocoa should you take it.
Aw.
It is very homely in here, except everything is tiny, which gives him lots of space.
Lost accepts the hot cocoa as politeness. He'll drink it. His eyes feel buzzy.
Paint is drinking it too.
Yeah, it's dark cocoa. He doesn't add sugar, so you're fine.
Oh,
Paint, on the other hand, roll a fortitude save.
Already
Yeah,
done.
I was sitting here being like, are we sure we should be giving the dog chocolate?
Yeah, I already rolled fortitude. 25.
Nice.
Oh, it tastes so good. Your stomach is not happy with you, though. So,
He lets
you
out a
know,
whine.
you're going to take a lovely -2 for the next 24 hours. Enjoy.
-2 what?
Oh no.
Just rolls.
Oh, okay.
Ugh.
I mean, my rolls are usually garbage anyway, so it's not like that's a big difference.
Um.
You
let's
say
see.
that, but that could definitely make or break you living or dying.
Let's see, Chex knows. How many times did I equip and unequip that ring from Shadowheart? Plus 2 is a big number.
Yes. What were you about to say, Vari?
I suppose Fret will also take some hot chocolate.
Yep, it is. So because this guy's so far out, it is definitely that kind of hot chocolate that's made with water and cocoa. No sugar, no milk.
Okay.
But it's also a bird, so it probably tastes good to him.
Shoal will also be drinking some.
Fret will pull out a little bag of coffee beans and offer it to the bird.
The bird's trying so hard not to do the little hippy hoppy thing that birds do.
Aw.
He's trying to
Aw.
walk normal. He's gonna stick his beak in there, pull it out, and be like poison.
Fret head tilts.
Too much caffeine.
Fret kind of does the sheepish kind of, yeah, that's fair type look.
Taps his own chest. Tiny heart. This my coffee. Holds up hot cocoa.
I mean,
drink
cocoa
that
does have
pop.
cocoa does have minor amounts of caffeine in it.
It does.
Yeah.
The cocoa is fine for him. Coffee's not.
Well, Fret will put back the coffee and instead pull out a little box of tea.
You calling me small?
Well, it's 4 servings of tea, but it's
I know I'm teasing you. Because you said a little box of tea. He'll take the tea. Tea's fine.
okay.
Usually.
Okay,
He will
so
thank
that
you.
is-
He will thank you by giving you a dried out corn cob.
Fret will put this in his bag. Does it still have the corn kernels on it?
Nope. It is
Just the cob.
Yep, it is a perfectly dried cob. It's hard as a rock. You could probably throw it at somebody.
Awesome. Fret seems pleased and sips hot cocoa.
Fret, the one that's going to trade with a bird.
But does he have to log out every time he does it?
Not currently, but it's getting close.
Well, when everyone is done with their cocoa, Lost is going to thank our bird friend for their hospitality.
Bird friend will give slight bow. Please, visit not. I show up in city sometime. You see there. Out here. Out here quiet.
Paint will send a mental image of the map of Twilight and pointing at with an arrow at Lass Bakery. And then sends along the smells of the fresh baked goods and stuff.
Bread good.
I run a bakery called Echo's Kindness. And I believe my friends here own a tea shop of some description. So, if you would like to visit us, you may be able to find us there. And if I'm not present, there's always bread that you can take from my shop.
Bread good. Best day old. Sometimes 3-day old.
Lass makes a mental note. This person is going to love his free bread bin.
Oh, no, he's just going to walk in and pick up the whole thing and leave with it and return the bin the next day.
This is fine.
He will leave you strange objects as payment.
Oh, you have acquired a crow.
Yes.
I legitimately, earlier today, was linking people a meme that says, my love language is the same as a crow. If you are nice to me, I will bring you useless little trinkets I find on my adventures in the woods.
So you're going to get things like, checker pieces, pieces of board games, random bits of paper, shiny things. You're getting that lovely nonsense.
Spectacular.
But he's going to take the whole bin of old bread every single time. You're going to need a second bin.
Yeah. But it's fine. It's fine.
You have gained a crow. But you guys are able to leave this house, this medium-sized house with tiny furniture. And also everybody say hello to Cass. He came to steal the VR headset.
Hi, Cass.
Oh yay, mail probably full of bills. We'll look at that later. They say hi, Cass. Hello. There he goes. My kobold has performed for you the song of his people. Please give him money.
I can give him tiny golf claps.
So you're going to go up to the partially collapsed building that seems to be one of those buildings that were built on a rampart at one point in time. I'm assuming everybody's familiar with the concept.
Vaguely.
Kind of a gatehouse type?
Kind of, sort of. It's more like those big stone walls that used to surround towns in medieval Europe. They would build houses directly on them, and a lot of them would give you access to the rampart itself. So it's more of a guardhouse on the inside. That kind of thing, except it's a larger wooden structure than would be normal. It does look like the building had two parts and has at least 2 floors. There's a giant rock blocking one of what might have been an entrance or one part of the building, but the other side does have a door. There are several windows that obviously have been busted out since whatever happened to this particular building happened.
Okay, so Fred's going to approach one of the busted out windows.
Mm-hmm.
And detect radiation.
How do I describe this? Divide by 0.
What?
Divide by 0 down.
So there's there's absolutely no radiation coming through.
No, divide by 0, undefined. You're getting an error message.
Oh. I see.
The
Fred,
windows, when you look in, are black. Go ahead.
Yeah, Fred has a look of concern and backpedals it to the rest of the group.
Well, what did you find?
But yeah, so just black on the. Okay.
Yeah, you cannot see past the windows. It's like just black darkness.
Fret will scribble out blackness. Nothing. Undefined.
Don't like that.
Well, that is. If there's one place that metaphysical signals would shit themselves and die, it would be here, but still probably not the best of signs.
Blast is going to go up and just sort of observe these windows a bit.
Yep.
Oh, this is nothing new. He looks back at the others. Lots of buildings in the warfront have something like this. It's probably safe to go inside.
Fret has such a confused look.
And Lass is going to go over to the door, and he's going to knock politely, because someone could actually be in there.
When you knock, you realize that the door is got a little bit of squish to it and just kind of slightly slides open. There's light in there, but not unnatural light.
Squish, as in like it's rotted?
Like it's moist.
Oh.
And in a cold location. Like freezing cold location.
I feel like I need to make an insight check here.
What are you looking to glean?
I'm inciting the house.
What?
Lol. Lol.
Or sense motivating the house, I guess. That's a 12.
Oh my god, I know what the house is.
This is just a house. This is
Is
a
it
building.
though?
Yes.
Is it?
Yep. It is
Oh.
not a mimic.
Damn.
He's gonna squint because, like, the moist door is real weird.
You could press it open and see what's going on inside.
He is going to shuffle himself sideways and press open the door with one hand.
When you press open the door, you're presented with a quasi-large room, enough to be a meeting area of some forms. You see a ladder going up the back wall, as well as the remains of several tables and chairs. They have definitely rotted out over the years. The door itself creaks heavily on the hinges that, well, the one hinge it is still hanging off of. Very rusty now that the door is open. You can see why the door is moist. On the inside, it doesn't have the particular cold from the outside. It almost looks like the inside is reflecting a daytime scene. The door's squish is probably because it's a heavier wood and is indeed rotting, though something about the way it squishes indicates maybe late fall or maybe an early spring time, just after winter or before winter when everything kind of gets a little wet. Do you care to step in?
Sorry, catching up with your rather interesting description.
Fret
Paint
is
is
going
going
to,
first.
All right, Paint, when you step in, you get the same feeling from the floorboards. They're moist. They don't have the protection of weather, just warm enough for them to not be frozen. And when you look out the windows, you do indeed still see the snowscape that is outside in the nighttime, but the inside definitely looks like daytime.
This is odd. Lost is going to step in after paint.
Yep, there's a ladder up.
Yeah, Fred's going to approach and continue detecting radiation into the inside of the building.
Yep, you're still getting undefined, though from this part of the building, it is down from the other side of the building, the one that was blocked by a large rock.
Well, Fred will step inside.
Yep, you feel the same weird squish to the floorboards.
And it continues to be undefined.
Yep.
In that case, Fred is going to cease concentration on detect radiation,
Mm-hmm.
and instead is going to begin concentrating on a new spell that he's going to just have active for now of searching shadows.
Okay, what does that do specifically?
It strands of shadow probe an area, create searching for a creature or object you specify by shape, size, or texture. Each round, the shadow attempts a perception check on the squares they touch with a total bonus equal to your caster level plus charisma or intelligence modifier, whichever is higher. You can move the shadows up to 30 feet or change the search criteria as part of concentrating on the spell. Whenever the shadows come into contact with a creature with a spell resistance, you must attempt a caster level check to overcome its spell resistance. Okay, so target for this is our shadows, like the group's shadows.
Mm-hmm.
And search object is God's blood.
The moment that you cast it, it detects shadows.
No, it does.
Oh.
The shadows.
Oh, I see. Okay, so you can search this particular
Yeah.
room. It's not going to get it, but you can send them up the ladder.
But yeah, it's I just our shadows are what are being animated by this. So
Okay.
what
So
I'm
your
saying.
guys' actual okay, that makes more sense. I was like, the fuck? You're of course shadows are gonna detect shadows right away. What the hell?
No, I'm detecting God's
Your
blood
shadows. Yep. So they
with
actually got to
shadows.
physically move around, right?
Yeah, but they can just move around 30 feet. Or I assume wherever they naturally are.
Yeah, there's not any God's blood here in this room.
Okay.
But there is a ladder up. So
But yeah, Fred is just going to maintain concentration on the spell until such a time as he ends up breaking concentration.
understood. So basically just sensing for God's blood around you guys yourselves. Got it.
Yep, just constantly.
Yeah, Dr. Volt, by the way, probably has some on him.
Yeah,
yes.
he does.
Yeah.
So I'm
Hey,
gonna...
that's good. That means that it's I've got a point of reference.
I'll take my minutes in a bit. What were you saying, Key?
Sorry, I was gonna say I detect evil.
Evil! Evil! Same direction as the undefined.
Dang.
I will
So-
detect magic.
Thing
Detect
over here
magic.
has nothing of that.
Same direction as the undefined. Yes, no, 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 yes, no.
So,
Mm-hmm.
paint can cause water to freeze, right? That's something elementalists can do, right?
If you've got the talent for it.
If
Guys,
you've got
I
water
apologize.
going to have basic cryokinesis.
I am
I've had
water.
a redeem done. I am required to do this.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
Oh, the sour.
I was drinking water, Tango.
What flavor
Ah,
is
I
this?
finally found the tab.
Blue.
Gross.
Oh, but I like blue.
Blue's my favorite. Actually, black cherry's my favorite. Blue's my second favorite because they both kind of kick your teeth. You good, Taya? Did you make it through?
Yeah, I made it through.
Fantastic. You found your tab there, Paint?
Yes.
Okay.
So yeah, I can manipulate water. I cannot lift it into the air,
Okay.
but I can create mild currents that are strong enough to run a water mill as if the mill were being turned manually by a creature with a strength score equal to my constitution score. And you
Yeah,
said
that's a
that
real weird one.
You said that the floor is moist.
Yes.
I would like to move the moisture through the floorboards.
Roll a concentration check. Also, why?
To see what happens. We're investigating here, and things are unusually moist, so let's see if we can figure out where the moisture's coming from and such.
Have you guys never been in an abandoned building? Like during... I guess I live in a northern state, so maybe not.
I'm familiar with the concept.
Wouldn't paint doing that just cause the floor to wobble?
Pretty much.
I was trying to be creative. Never mind.
No, it's fine. It's just... I was confused at what you're getting at. I was like, what? I mean, yeah, you can definitely make the water move between the boards.
It was gonna be kind of like, try to detect where it's coming, like where the moisture's coming from. You sweep it all to one side, and then suddenly there's more over there, so clearly that's the source and stuff like that.
No. When you move it all to one side, the boards stay dry. It's just ambient moisture that's been from weathering.
It's because of there being it being springtime in here and it being wintertime outside.
Yep.
Paint's got to break a window.
The windows are broken.
I thought they were painted black.
No, you just couldn't see through them. There was blackness. There was a sensor bar.
Oh.
Yeah, the windows have sensor bars.
Well, then I quit.
Oh.
Sorry.
Oh. Lost has been glancing over at that ladder, wondering if it'll handle his weight, and he's gonna try it.
Yeah, you're able to go up.
Fred will send up the shadows with Lost.
Yes, it will handle your weight. It feels rickety, but it's enough to be okay for now. When you get up there, you see what looks like a line of bunks on both sides. Well, they were bunks. Now they're kind of rotting piles of what were bunks. It looks like there was probably something hanging on the walls up here at one point in time, and a stairwell down. No God's Blood up here with him, by the way, Fret.
Okay.
Sounds like that theory's been debunked.
Good day, guys.
Damn.
I can see a stairwell heading down. I'm going to investigate. As Lost is going to carefully creep across what is probably a very degenerated floor.
Roll a
Up here.
reflex save, please.
Paint is
I knew
going
it.
to be rushing up there to,
Oh boy. Paint also roll a reflex save.
happily.
No! Dice, why? That's a 15.
Oh, 15's actually enough.
I mean, it's an 18 on the die, plus 8.
You're going to be fine, Paint. Big armored boy there barely pulls his foot away as he steps in a spot that gives just a little bit too much. From downstairs, you guys see a little bit of ceiling dust come down as one of the boards kind of cracks just enough above y'all. Paint, on the other hand, is just sprinting across this floor like nothing's a problem because he's lighter and he's moving fast enough to the point where he's not standing in a spot too long. But yeah, you can see kind of the spots from down below where Paint is running.
He is still going to be dragging the moisture along the floor with him.
Okay, good to know.
He's not
Are the
very
rest of y'all staying
useful, so
downstairs?
he's going to at least do that.
Fret's going to I gather that it's a whatever loft or whatever up there, and then there's stuff down below, right?
Yep. That
Well-
does look like up there is some sort of access to the ramparts, but not anymore.
Oh.
But yeah, there's a second floor, and there seems to be a stairwell that goes to the other side of the building.
Is the stairwell accessible?
Yes.
I will go up it, or down it, whichever.
You go. Paint runs off ahead of you there last. I'm assuming Paint is running.
Quick walking.
And descends the stairs, and you both, as you get down to the bottom of the stairs, are met with a check stand. It looks like some sort of desk was here at one point in time. There's a caged hallway that the metal isn't doing so good anymore. It seems to be hanging kind of open already, and it's dark past a certain point. Light will be needed.
Fret, I suppose, will work to catch up to Lost.
Cool,
So-
reflex save.
Lost is trying to very slowly and carefully make his way across this floor.
The lowest I can get is a 16, so... Oh, look, a 16.
But it's a reflex save, so guess what happens when you roll a natural one?
Damn.
Hey, I'm gonna follow, but Sky swim.
Yeah, so I'm
Smart
gonna
idea.
just burn my reroll, I guess.
Okay, I mean, you could just take the funny.
No, because I'm concentrating on a spell. What the fuck? God damn
Funny
it.
number.
Okay, you can keep your reroll, but take 3 points of damage as one of your legs pops to the floor into the other side.
Okay, well, I'll roll a concentration check.
Keep your reroll because it's funny. You going
Oh,
to
shit.
Dr. Volt?
Yeah, Dr. Volt will go as well. I guess I'm making reflex saves as well.
You are.
Hey, look, a not bad number.
You're fine. What'd you get for
Sure.
your concentration?
Let me... Okay, injured while casting is 10 plus damage dealt plus spell level, so it's a DC 15. And I got a 7 on the dice, plus caster level 4, plus casting modifier of 6. Okay, so, that would be 17, which would actually keep the spell active. Barely, but yeah.
Dang. But fine. Have it your way. Keep your stupid spell. See how I feel. You guys are... Or Dr. Volt's gonna make it just fine. Viv's... Or Shoal's gonna make it just fine. I'm sorry, Fret, that you're the one that stepped in that one spot that gave way.
Yeah.
Now that the
It's
boards
fine.
are no longer wet, they're a lot more brittle, unfortunately, too. So the DC went up a little bit.
Well, at least they're not squishy.
They're not. The squishy is weird. But you can catch up to them and see the same thing. The broken iron gate that leads down a hallway. Lights will be needed to go any further than that unless you have dark vision.
I have dark vision.
Magneto vision.
Dark vision? Go ahead.
Frit has the permanent light things, whatever they're called. The
Star Gem.
no, the Star Gem's only candle. This is the equivalent of the ever burning torch.
The Ion Torch.
Yeah, Ion Torch. That's what it was.
Yep, so you can ping that on, and when you look down the hallway, you see looks like a metal trapdoor. One of those that goes into a cellar, except metal and heavy duty. That looks to be in okayish condition despite everything else around here.
We all agree this is like, hey, we probably shouldn't go here, but we're going to go there anyway, right?
What else are we going to do?
Not this.
Paint sends an image of the park.
We're already here. We might as well. And Glass is going to head over to the trapdoor to pull it open.
Yep, the door itself probably would have remained locked if it wasn't for the fact that the floorboards, with a strength check first.
Oh no! A strength check.
Yep.
I shouldn't have taunted.
Um,
Because that's a 9.
Question: Is the
Yes?
door locked?
The thing is that it was locked, but it's currently crackling as the wood around it seems to be giving way. Unfortunately, Last did not pass the DC to get it open all the way by himself.
Is it partially open?
Not yet. You'll have to go help him.
Is the lock broken at all?
Probably not.
Okay.
It's a DC 10th strength check to rip it open.
Can I? You know what? I might as well make the attempt because I think I have I have 10 strength, so all I have to do is roll a 10 on the dice.
Yes?
Carry on.
9.
What's your Because Shoal's also struggling now.
I mean, I don't have a strength modifier. I don't know what you want from me.
Well, I was going to say that Paint's been gathering all this moisture in the floorboards underneath him.
Shoal's also floating, so
Paint could, just kind of shove it all into the wood and attempt to make it explode. Or,
That's
at least
terrifying.
rot away enough to fall apart or something.
1 second. I need to make myself... What the hell, dice?
Like it's the number 5 today. You can definitely flood it, and somebody can try and rip it open again.
Okay, so what exactly is this is...
cool. I'm casting my funny little cantrip of drench on the floorboards around the
to join in his or
Yeah.
join in Paint's thing.
Well, Drench
Of
does.
course.
Drench actually does damage.
Oh,
Also, my roll was
Ow.
an intelligence check to see if Last would be smart enough in the moment to realize, oh, he can just have paint drench this thing and then freeze it over to break the floor. Apparently
Well, wait,
not.
it's a door that's physically jammed. Is what we're.
it's
I kind
technically locked. It's just that the wood is so damaged around it that you have a chance of possibly ripping it open with the DC strength check.
Oh, well,
Yeah. So Drench does 1 point of non-lethal damage.
Understood.
Fret is just going to kind of just lean up against the wall as this is all going on, fiddling with some lockpicks.
Paint's gonna freeze the water.
The water
What I
freezes.
was talking about before, anyways.
Yep, the water freezes.
Fret's
sitting there with lockpicks.
Still nothing?
You got frozen wood.
Shoal points at Fret.
Unfreeze. Freeze. Unfreeze. Freeze. Unfreeze. Freeze.
Fret has lockpicks.
I pointed at Fret.
I know. I mean, yes, you're damaging the wood overall. If you want to keep this up, I will absolutely let you. Because it
How about
will
we just-
eventually give way.
How
Fred.
about we just let him unlock it?
No, sorry. He's supposed to be calling for paint. 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 Paint.
He looks up.
You want to keep going?
Maybe we should let Fred try his hand.
Ear droops.
It is what he's best at.
Head hangs low. He backs away.
Oh,
You can keep going if you want.
No, no. It's been requested that he let Fred do it.
Fret will go over to the lock and begin examining it, and then begin lockpicking.
I'm readying a cantrip, by the way.
Okay.
And... Okay. Okay. 17 plus 8. 25.
You hear a very disturbing deep clunk. And you feel the door shift a little.
Cast open close with my readied cantrip.
Fret's gonna try to jump back out of the way.
Yep, roll that reflex save as the door drops out from underneath you.
I thought it was going to open up.
Oh, it does open up. That's not the problem. The problem is paint destroyed the flooring and it's all collapsing in. That's why I was like, you could keep going if you want. It's going to happen.
I thought I was going to launch Fret.
Okay, so that's a 19.
I thought you were just letting Fret go through the trouble of opening the door and then closing the door on Fret.
No. He unlocked it, and then I immediately cast a spell that magically opened it.
Yep.
That's why I readied the action.
You jump back perfectly fine as you watch the floor around the door completely collapse in from the sudden jolt of the door opening. There's a ladder going, or set of steps going down, though, now. Stone steps. And a door sitting on top of them, sliding down the stairs with the thunk, 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 thunk.
Oh, Fret absolutely will. If he has enough time in between the it falling, and so he's gonna jump on the door as it's sliding down.
Roll an acrobatics.
You're going to try and door surf down the stairs?
That's exactly what's going on.
All right,
Also,
he rolled
I was
good
waiting
too.
for somebody to roll a strength check again to try and open the door to have everything fall up from underneath them.
I could have done a funny and just started casting mending as he damaged the fucking floor.
Lol.
That's
What's
a
your acrobatics?
10-minute spell. But anyways,
That's fair.
Oh yeah, I keep
that
forgetting
is
that's
a
10 minutes.
34 acrobatics.
Yep, you hop on the door after jumping back so you don't hit the thing, and you ride it all the way down. It's not a smooth ride at all. It's a heavy, heavy metal door going down stone stairs.
So
And
just
you have the light, which makes this
Yeah.
easy.
green glow descending into the darkness.
Yep. So what you're greeted with is a huge hallway, something that at least a huge creature, maybe something slightly bigger, could easily fit down. As you look, or it extends past where your light can cast. On both sides, you see the same black that you saw upstairs when trying to look into this place in the first place. There's a pressure down here. A feeling that creeps into you rather quickly that makes you just slightly uncomfortable.
It is time for some kitsune magic.
Okay.
Dancing lights, and then spreading out the lights.
Yep. Anywhere past the black, the lights don't go, but as you send the lights down, the hallway keeps going. And going. And going. Only stopping probably a couple of 100 feet out, if not even more.
Fret is going to just try to slide the door that he rode down to where it's just flat on the ground, so that it doesn't like
Trip anyone?
do anything. Yeah, and then is just going to wait for everyone else.
Okay, roll a strength check for that, by the way.
All right.
So, yeah, you guys watch Vari slide down the stairs after the door collapses in.
Last is going to blink once. I'm not sure what I expected. And then he's going to head down the stairs.
That is a 18 on the strength check.
Yep,
Paint
you
will
got it.
be squeezing in front of last.
Shoal's gonna float down.
Yep, and the same thing with Dr. Volt.
Dr. Volt will be heading down as normally as humanly possible.
Understood.
Shoal, keeping up his sky swim, is actually going to act like he is walking on the ceiling.
Of course. But yeah, the ceilings here are high enough for a huge creature. And yes, once again, these are the sensors you've seen all over the Eclipse Warfront. You know for a fact that just like this place, there's stuff beyond them. You just need to really go past them and sometimes, decide that you actually want to see what's there once past it.
So I don't have this, but can I make a knowledge dungeoneering?
You can always... Somebody in the party has knowledge dungeoneering, but...
I have geography and nature.
Dr. Volt can.
Yeah.
You can't get above a 10 there, Key. They wouldn't get it.
Knowledge, that's a
Dungeoneering.
31.
7. Specifically, the reason is I'm wondering if I would recognize this as like looking like jail cells, but that's not really something he would know about, as outside of like the guard barracks style jail cells, which probably wouldn't look like this.
And
Apparently,
that might
Dr.
be-
Volt does know that.
Okay.
Sorry. Go ahead, Varien.
No, I'm good. I'm good.
Yep. But no, Dr. Volt would recognize this as some form of prison.
Dr. Volt will
Huge, though.
Dr. Volt will look around this underground prison and contemplate if there are any dragons in here.
What? Why?
What's a
Because it's
dungeon
a
without
dungeon.
a dragon?
I'm
Paint
going to
is-
use this opportunity to go take my meds. Role play.
Continue.
I'm walking away.
Taiga, high five.
Paint is just walking down the hall sadly.
Good.
No more sad. Oh my gosh.
Deserved.
But it
You're a fae.
makes But it makes Shoal happy, therefore more friendly.
Oh my gosh. At this point, Lost is going to become Paint's emotional support paladin.
So, in response to Paint acting sad, Shoal is going to whack him with his tail. Just get bonked.
Deserved.
Get
So-
bonked again.
I do believe Fret is going to change his search criteria here in a moment for his active spell.
What are you changing it to?
Instead of things that are blood-like, he's going to change it to things that are sharp.
You specified God's blood before.
Yeah.
Okay, because there's a difference between blood-like and God's
Yeah.
blood. What are you changing it to again? Sorry.
Things that are sharp.
Nothing, but you are in a very large hallway with sides that you know you can
Yeah.
feel through.
Yeah, it is a case of he's going to be just sending his shadows past the sensor areas.
Looking for sharp things in case.
Exactly.
As far as you can tell, no. Though,
Paint will be
when they
going
cross
ahead
the
of everyone.
darkness, when you get
You're
past
getting-
the dark,
Oh, go ahead.
when the shadows go past the darkness, they weaken incredibly.
Hmm.
I need a concentration check.
Yeah.
Yep. What were you about to say, Viv?
Shoal was just going to continue bopping Paint and telling him no sad.
Okay, so that is 6 plus 4 plus okay, so that's a 23? Yeah, 23.
Yep, you managed to hold on to it, but it crosses the darkness, and there's a strange pressure that seems to hit it.
But yeah, it's effectively the way it senses, from what I can tell with the spell description, is it's a tactile search. Like shape, size, texture is what so yeah.
Like,
Oh, whoa.
Well, the reason, if it's not going to be as specified as God's blood and it is blood, I can tell you the two censored areas on both sides of the hallway did detect blood then.
Oh, okay. In that case, yeah.
I need... Yes, phone. I literally just took my meds. Stop. I need to delete enemies. Because you're in a long hallway and the sensors are on either side of you guys. A huge hallway. A hallway that huge creatures can go through. I thought you were just looking for God's blood, so I didn't mention it. But yeah, if you had mentioned specifically blood, yeah, or the texture of blood, you will get that on both sides along this hallway.
Oh, yeah. Fret will telepathy that to the rest of the group. There's blood.
Blood. What is this place? I don't
Bad
think
news.
I don't think I've ever seen anything like it.
Well, considering we appear to be in some form of dungeon, might I suggest that there be some sort of torture chamber?
But I understand there are many things that the games allow, but I didn't think it allowed anything like this. This
Just
is...
because, I mean, you got to real with how these people have been acting. I assume they haven't really cared for the rules to begin with.
Alright, Blast is going to approach one of the sensors. He's going to approach the right side.
Fret will immediately
Shoal's
follow
back up.
behind.
He's going to start by sticking a hand through.
I need you to roll a percent. Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
Can I get a percentile from you, Key?
Paint's going to sneeze.
Percentile, you said.
Yep. To change elements again?
Yep. Dang it, water again.
Okay.
So he exploded with ice.
62.
62. Go ahead.
I can do that every 6 seconds, right? Or like every round?
Yep.
Okay. Just let me know when I can do it again. He's going to fish for a particular element.
Understood. Just roll it and tell me how many times. So that way I
works.
can get into narrative. Please.
Four times, and Earth.
Understood. I will tell you when then. As you reach into the darkness, your hand runs into a metallic, yet slightly sticky object. Cylindrical in nature, definitely vertical. That is very cold to the touch.
Bars. He assumes. And then he's going to sort of stick his head in to see.
Your head bunked to the bar that you're feeling. Do you want to feel around for a door?
Yes.
Sorry.
Please roll a search. Sorry. And you will obtain Earth while he's doing his search there, Paint.
Good, good. This will be useful.
Well, it's better than 5.
What's your total?
I assume this would be perception?
Yep.
Oh, it's a 10.
It's going to take you a minute as you kind of fumble your hands through. There's spots where you can reach through the bars. The bars seem to be about thick enough for you to be able to fit your arm through. But these are very thick bars, and they have a cold feeling to them, and they're all got a stickiness to them that's kind of icky. Eventually, you manage to find a door. Go ahead.
Can Fret assist with his shadows by changing the search criteria to handle?
No handles, unfortunately.
Okay.
After a while of pushing against the bars, eventually you feel a little bit of a rattle and then something give. It feels like a huge gate opens and you hear it creak. Brings you all the way over to about here when you finally hit it.
Oh, right next to Paint. Totally play it.
Do you wish to go in last?
Yes. Tentatively.
I
He does
need
want
a-
to.
Go ahead.
He does want to like look inside for the most part.
I need a will save.
Is this a fear effect?
No, this is do you really want to see what's on the other side effect
Hmm.
as you bowl over Dr. Volt.
Strike.
Good roll.
Yeah. Strike. Yeah. Does a 26 save?
Yes. You stick your head in, and you feel a weird pressure hit you as you do. The room has a weird flickering blue orb at the top of the room that reminds you very much of a star you guys have recently visited. As you look at the back wall, you notice that there are shackles meant for a huge or larger creature to pin them to the wall. As you look to the left and right and you can see the other cells, they're all exactly the same. There is a black metal cage going on here that has a dark red coating to them. It's not cold in the traditional sense, but you feel like, I don't know, a hollow sensation, that chill you get when something just isn't right.
And you said there was what looks like red paint in all of them?
On the metal bars, there's some sort of dark red coating to them.
Is that coating on my hands?
It doesn't seem to have come off on your hands.
Can I scrape some off with a claw tip?
Yep.
Sure. I will scrape some off into the palm of my other hand, and I will bring it out of the sensor to show Volt.
Knowledge natures.
Sweet, I can do that.
Roll away, Dr. Volton Shoal.
What's
Do
if
I
I
have
my
any-
D20? Did my D20 get stolen?
No,
Huh.
I rolled
nobody
terrible.
redeemed it.
Oh, there it is. That is a 32.
I got a 12.
Both of you can identify blood
Okay.
easily.
Yep, that's blood, all right.
Ugh. He drops the bits, just shaking his hands a bit. That's disturbing.
Does anybody else want to go into the recently revealed room?
Paint will go.
Oh, is it actually visible now, or is it?
No, you have to press past the darkness.
Okay. In that case, yes.
Okay, will saves for those that are trying to go in.
Well, Dr.
Uh,
Volt doesn't go into the room.
So that is an 11, unless it's a confusion, fear, or insanity-based effect.
It is not. You actually fail. When you try to go past the sensor, things remain dark for you. What about you, Paint?
15.
15 is a success. When you get in there, you see the room as described. Metal bars along the side, stone back wall where it seems there are shackles meant for a huge creature strapped to the wall in order to keep them propped up. There is exactly 7
Hello?
shackles on the wall, specifically. I had to count in my head, sorry.
Okay. It was just sudden quiet. I'm like, that time?
Nope.
Fret will stumble back out.
You can always attempt again. But yes, all the metal bars around you are coated in this red substance that you've identified as blood. Do you wish to touch the metal bars, Paint?
The shackles?
And yet, the shackles, the bars. I mean, there is also the blue glowing orb above that is exerting a similar pressure to a star that you guys have recently seen. If it was real, you guys would probably have your magic drained right now.
Okay. Is the orb... So it's floating there, not, like, attached to the ceiling or anything?
Yeah, it's way up in the ceiling.
Okay. He's
Are
going
you
to
trying
move
again
away.
there?
He's going to
Right.
move away from the center of the room
Mm-hmm.
and use the shape earth thing to try and make the stone above the orb fall either onto it or through it, whichever winds up happening.
Will save for me really quickly. And Fred, do you want to try again?
Yeah, Fret will try one more time.
18 on the die.
I need a total.
And that is
24.
20 on the will save.
Yep, you're going to be able to go in now.
Alright, so
You managed to bend the stone down, but for some odd reason, the place itself seems to resist it being altered in this way. As you try to force the orb down by, I'm assuming, pressing earth down on top of it, the orb stays in place.
Fret does panicked hand waving and tries to get in between Paint and whatever this is.
I mean... Okay, he'll tilt his head at you.
Fret will telepathy. Well, you should probably be careful doing stuff like this. We don't know what's that's emanating some energy. That's not we need Volt in here like right now, and then we'll head back out.
Dr.
I-
Volt will attempt to go past the thingus again.
Yep, go ahead and
And,
roll. I don't know what.
we'll
Maybe we
back
should let Paint touch the orb.
Dr. Volt is still not entering that room.
Paint is gonna go try and he's gonna go shift the stone that the shackles are attached to.
Oh, you
One of
can
them?
reach one of the shackles.
Well, yeah, but he
Dr.
wants
Volt
to
will
make
try
it
one
fall.
more time. Okay, good. The literal duality of the dice.
Lamau.
I would just like to point out, the reason I have not stated my rolls is the last two rolls were a 1 on the dice. Now it's a 20 on the dice.
We've got so many ones tonight. Holy crap!
Yeah, at least there's no combat yet. What are you doing again, Paint? You're trying to bring. Why are you bringing down one of the shackles? There's one within reach.
Oh, he just wants to see what happens right now.
Oh, you'd have to roll another will save. Anytime that you stop your concentration on any of the spots, it's going to move back to where it was. Yeah, you have to literally will yourself to do or make changes to this place. Something is resisting being changed.
Well,
I don't
think
believe
that
so,
would
Ido.
I think that would actually fall
Some of
under
them are.
Constitution for him.
Nope, it is a will save in
some
this
of the
particular case.
Some of the cards are allowed in this, Ido. There's a extra card on the tabletop pack that says what is available.
Yep.
I
But
think
nope,
it's
this one is. Go ahead, sorry.
It's dice modifying cards, overly descriptive, and the subduck. Oh, and
Yep.
water meal bar, of course, because...
Wander meal bar.
Alright, I'm gonna do the will.
Yep.
10.
Yep. Unfortunately, right now, as Dr. Volt is walking in, you can't seem to exert the will to make this move. As a matter of fact, when you look back up, the stone you had moved before seems to have repositioned itself back exactly where it was. Dr. Volt, you have walking into the same place that you have seen before. Fret, you do not have to roll to go through again.
Okay.
Paint's gonna
Seen
bite
before
on one of
that
the...
fever, dream, hallucination-y thing.
No, the thing I described before. Sorry.
Oh.
Paint will bite on one of the chains and try to pull it.
Cold iron. Ouch.
Oh. He's running out. And behind last. And whimpering.
Yeah, you bite onto it, and this is the first time in a long time you felt the presence of cold iron. Your teeth kind of feel funky now.
Yeah, he's hiding behind last lost. Whimpering.
Pain, what happened? Here, let me look at you. He's going to kneel down and check over Paint.
He's all right.
Paint is sending a image of the shackles and then just the feeling of cold.
You see. Best that you stay away from those things. Best that you stay away from the bars as well.
So, Dr. Volt.
Yes,
You're
Dr.
in.
Volt will examine
Yep.
the extremely dangerous magical object. Of course,
What
he's still
roll?
unsettled from entering this room, so he only got a total of a 20.
Only a total of a 20?
Yeah.
You're recognizing the marks around the area of anti-magic, but up on that ceiling, that weird thing definitely reminds you of that star that suppressed magic and blew it away. This go ahead, Furry.
Could I try doing spellcraft, or I guess what do I have? No, I don't have knowledge arcana. Damn it.
I was about to say Knowledge Arcana would have been better.
Okay.
But you can attempt a spellcraft if you'd like. I'm not sure you can reach the DC.
Yeah, probably not.
But yeah, Dr. Volt, this seems to be some sort of suppression magic prison? Question mark? These shackles have to be designed for a specific creature, though, so knowledge natures might be.
Yeah, so that spellcraft is a 10 with a 1 on the dice. So
Oof.
Could I knowledge planes?
You're always allowed to roll, but I'm going to tell you ahead of time, this has nothing to do with planar stuff.
okay, so
I mean,
let's-
Dr. Volt already has his suspicions, and I'm going to roll to see if his suspicions are mildly better than what he thought before. What kind of Fae are they trying to keep trapped here?
Faye?
I would assume so because of the cold iron
Oh,
and the
you
innate
can,
magicalness.
you can roll a knowledge nature if you'd like.
I mean, I did. I rolled a 26.
Not Faye, dragon. There's 7 shackles. Legs, arms, wings, neck.
Well,
You're just
asking for you're just asking for things to get destroyed by the tail.
Yeah, I was gonna say, there's one very important part that you, of all people, are forgetting, Era.
No, I'm not. I am not.
Oh, is there a missing shackle?
No. Maybe you should go further in.
What?
Long enough away for the tail.
Oh.
You're in cells. The hallway is long.
Payne's going to call out with a very loud chi. You know, barking down the hallway.
Yep. Are you just trying to figure out how deep it is?
More
are
see
you
if
doing?
anything responds.
You hear an echo.
Okay.
Nope. I am not forgetting to shackle for the tail.
What was this place? Last is going to stand up and start walking down the hallway.
Yep.
Bear in mind,
Fret-
I put an arrow there because it goes way far.
Okay. Yep, Fret will back out and join the rest of the group. And follow along with Lost.
Is everybody going?
Sure.
Payne will be staying
Volt
ahead
is
of
not-
Lost.
If Volt is not going, then Shoal will be sticking with Volt, so Volt is at least not alone.
I mean, Dr. Volt is the one who's got the theories about it being an Aerobane containment device. So he will be going along.
When you guys, I'm going to move y'all back, get to the end, you guys run into another sensor wall. Y'all know how this works, so I don't think I have to tell you.
Roll a will save.
15 to go through.
Oh.
It is another situation where there is a cage, and you guys do have to find the door. 15s will pass, though.
19, so I pass.
19 plus my modifier.
Am I rolling a will save?
Yes, you are.
Sure.
Out of character, I wonder if these sensors are Erebane blocking out memories.
18.
First one is not successful for me.
Does somebody want to roll perception to find the door?
Sure.
Okay.
Viv's going to find it in 2 seconds.
I only rolled a 7, so that is a 24.
14.
Yep. After Viv's going to get it first, so I'm going to give it to Shoal.
Oh boy.
Shoal, you're going to push open the gate, and you're going to go through, and you did pass, and then go ahead and roll your second, Vardy, because you're going to need it. Yes, you find a torture room. Large stone slabs still remain. It's
All
not
right.
clean. You see the caged wall. You see where the shackles are. You see devices meant to cut parts off.
Fine. So we know why there wasn't a tail shackled.
Places to gather blood. Still remaining surgical instruments. Shackles to pin somebody down to the floor. And what seems to be an entrance of some form. Large steel door in the back end.
Steel, you said?
Yep.
Lost is looking horrified?
Just open and close on the door.
It is locked.
Is it okay? Good way for me to know from range. Just cast open close on it.
Oh, did you say it was? It's locked. You said.
It's locked, yes.
Okay. Well, I suppose it's go time then. let's see here.
I'm assuming you all entered the room.
Mhm.
I need you to position everybody where they're going to be inside this box, please.
Okay. Wherever there, you said there's another locked
Yep,
door.
I'm
So
working on it. Back here.
very large. Okay.
Yep,
Which side's the keyhole on?
center.
Center. Ooh.
Rich on the slab. Okay. Seriously, I changed you to blue. That means I want you to be blue. Thank you. Oh, blue is invisible. Never mind. Let's try green.
I see it, but barely.
I'm just marking objects.
Okay.
That might hinder you guys. Go ahead and... Okay. Go ahead and roll your pick lock.
Okay. Well, Fret will pause briefly though. Turn to the group and telepathy. I could see about gaining some more information from here before we do this.
Are you going to send your shadows through?
Well, I was thinking of another spell, but that could work.
Well, I don't believe hostile is a tactile sensation, so.
Sharp is though.
True. But there are many other ways to kill things than something that is sharp.
Fret nods.
Sharp does tend to be the preference, though.
What about alive?
Ah, warm. Oh,
Something alive.
would that
Something
would
moving.
work, Era?
You can attempt it.
Okay.
Warm, you said?
Yeah. Let me see. Let's see. Yeah, yeah. Searching for warmth.
You send them through,
Okay.
and you get flashes of yes, but they flicker rapidly.
Okay. So, uh, I'm going to attempt to seize the warmth.
Seize the warmth.
Yeah, when the shadows locate a desired item or creature, you are aware of its shape and size and can order the shadows to try to seize it. If the shadows are seeking a creature, the area they cover becomes difficult terrain for that creature, and the creature must succeed at a reflex saving throw or become entangled and unable to move. It is going to be a reflex save of, give me a moment, 18.
Okay.
Hold on, let me make sure. It is an illusion spell, though. That might make it a 19. Give me a moment. Kitsune magic. No, it's not. It's not an enchantment spell. Okay. Yeah. So 18.
Okay. You do that.
Okay. And then with yeah, I guess he's gonna begin lockpicking now.
Roll away. Time is at 8 o'clock. Okay. You're actually gonna hit this. Nice.
Okay, so that is 17 plus 18. 35 on the sleight of hand to lockpick.
Oh boy, ka-thunk. Do you open the door?
No, Fret's going to turn and look to Lost. And then gesture at the door.
He still looks very disturbed by this place. He looks back towards Shoal and Volt.
Here, if you want to scooch to... Yeah. Like so.
I wasn't wanting to interrupt, sorry. It was just, you know.
Yeah.
You
Paint
guys
was
are allowed to
going...
move around.
Yeah, Paint's going to try and push through the door.
All right. I need initiatives as the door slides actually to the side.
Oh boy.
And I have to
Wait.
enter.
Paint, no. A little late.
I'm going first. Because I don't think
Oh,
anything
God,
here
you
is getting. I don't think anything's getting over a 30.
I'm getting a 27.
I got 33. So.
I'm getting like a 16 or something.
Oh, sorry. 31. My bad. Did bad math.
A natural 20. Which is a total of 26 for me.
Yep, go ahead and move your pieces as needed.
Shoal's initiative does not move off of the top of the board.
Yep, and then would you mind if I took a brief moment here before I go into descriptive mode?
Sure.
I'm assuming, Key, you saw the message.
I did! I'm not sure that Lost has quite realized that yet.
Oh boy.
Because I don't believe I've used that in character.
Oh?
You'll see.
Also,
Oh,
woo!
boy.
I might have 7 targets entangled. This is exciting.
Paint is determined to find something he's useful for.
Paint has been plenty useful.
Paint has been plenty useful. On the one hand, Lost wants to be frustrated with Paint for being impatient. On the other hand, oh no!
Honestly, it's better to have Lost back there. For whatever's about to happen.
This is true.
There may be a reason I put him in the middle of the room, other than he's currently just in a bewildered haze of horrified at all this.
That's always fun.
Also, considering we're in the city, I'm glad you've got spare steel bullets.
Yeah. Only, I get the feeling that these things may not have souls. Or be souls.
Hopefully not, or hopefully yes, or something maybe, or not, or I don't know.
How often do I crit on my ranged attacks anyway?
Well, we're due some 20s with how many ones we've gotten tonight.
I've just used mine. It's too late.
I've been doing fine. Don't worry about me.
Give me a second here because I need to position them all. And then I'll describe. I am sorry for the brief moment there.
It's
Oh,
fine.
you're fine.
And I need one leader that will step up right away. One leader there.
Oh, these are large creatures.
No, they're supposed to be medium. I just didn't resize them all properly.
Oh, okay. Okay.
What the hell? You're supposed to get smaller when I do that. Good enough. Yo, what the heck? Stop going the wrong way. And then I got these three over here. And the mages. Which one's supposed to be there and one's supposed to be over here. These are medium creatures. I'll resize them as needed. As the doors open, you see loads of soldiers. Two leaders seem to press through the doors almost on command. Except they're human, but distorted, almost looking wicked or evil or malicious. The ones in the back, the smaller ones, are all holding a chains that seem to go up to a beast that is not there. I've got 4 entangled currently, and I need to mark that.
Cool. Cool.
Otherwise, these seem like regular humans. Just put it over there somewhere. Whoops, where did that one go? God. Let me get the entangleding. Sorry. That one, this one. They're accompanied by the leaders, which are obviously more better dressed. Also have magic items on them, the kind made from dragon parts. As well as, why did my mages move? As well as mages that you can see. There are 5 mages, several soldiers, and a handful of leaders, like they're escorting something in. It is initiative, so we're going to start with Shoal.
Okay. I'm assuming this is not a surprise round.
No.
What do I do here? Do these count as native outsiders to my senses?
No.
Okay. Because I already know they're probably not Fae.
Nope.
Yeah, figured. Okay. In which case, I don't like any of my options here. Let's see. What could I do here? Not much. That would be funny. Is anyone standing in way of the door?
They are as you see them.
So
Except for the
some
ones
of
that
the
are off to the side. I made that door too small. Oh, darn it. Turn back to white. Apply. I said that option. Almost erased a line unnecessarily. There we go.
Okay, does not work then. I was checking a ruling. That explains why it's a cantrip. Big sad. I was gonna see if I could squish them with the door closing.
Lol.
No,
Well,
you
But no,
unfortunately.
the ruling specific on the spell specifically goes no. Would be really funny though.
Just use telekinesis.
I don't add telekinesis. I'm a cat shark, not a fucking scion. Well, you know what? This is a leader.
Yep. The
Cool.
warriors are leaders.
Cool. Do they like draw their weapons when they saw us at all?
Nope. They just started marching in. The leaders do have pole arms, though. Just to warn you.
Okay. Those are right here. You know what? We're gonna test it.
That's all, folks.
I'm gonna move to directly in front of him and see if he swings at me.
He does not.
Well, they're not aggressive currently. You guys want me to just start attacking?
I say we. See first.
Okay. In which case, I'm going to use the last 10 feet of my movement to move here.
Understood. Hey, Fred.
Uh-huh.
It is your turn then.
Okay, so Fret is going to do some preparatory work. So gonna cast the spell Umbral Weapon.
Understood.
Is going to okay, they've got dragon parts. So I'm going to manifest my Mask of Judgment.
Understood.
And I'm concentrating on a spell, so I can't do performance yet.
Nope. You cannot.
So instead, I will use my third action to move, I suppose. And oh, where did Viv's? Oh, okay, you went there.
Pairing.
Fret is going to move here, which would in theory provoke an attack of opportunity if the guy was going to attack me.
He does not.
Okay. In that case, just holding position here.
Last.
Drink to me. He's going to call out and...
What do you say?
Paint to me.
Sorry, I couldn't get the panic in particularly well. But yeah, paint being in between all that is not a good spot. And can I use...
Though a significant amount of the ones on Fret's side are
Yep, 4 of them
are shadowed. There's threads of shadow binding them.
Well, there's another reason for me to want paint to get within touch range, because my prepared spell is a touch range spell.
Ah, okay.
Can I ready an action and also use a swift action?
Yes.
Okay. Because cantrips are a swift action. Yay. So I'm gonna cast Penumbra on myself so I can
Yep.
get that sweet mischance. And then I'm gonna ready an action to cast Protection from Evil if paint gets within touch range. Like a
Understood.
good boy.
And that's your turn?
Yep.
Dr. Volt,
Yes.
it is your turn. What would you like
Dr.
to
Volt
do?
is going to simply back up.
Understood. That's it?
Yeah, that's it.
Right. And paint.
Paint.
Hey, you recognize humans.
Yeah, he's gonna go ahead and back up to last.
Cool. It is. Go ahead.
I take it my action goes off and I move initiative.
Yep.
Do I go just before paint or
Just
just
before.
after? Okay. In which case, you now have Protection from Evil. Which will give you +2 deflection to AC and +2 resistance bonus on saves that apply against attacks made or created by evil creatures. And these things seem pretty evil. And there's other stuff if that comes up, like getting extra saves against mental control.
All right. And is that all you're doing, Paint?
For now, he will ready an action to attack if something hostile happens.
Understood. The leaders go first. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. That's where that one stops. As he passes you, Fret, he says to you, in a language you don't recognize, something. It sounds like he just gave you an order. This-
Does the Ring of Tongues not work?
No, but Paint does recognize this language. And Paint hears the man or order you to get the large cutter. This one will move over here. It does not because, unfortunately, this is not a spoken language, technically, in this situation. This one will move next to you, Shoal, and he says something to you. Something that Paint would recognize as, we got a big one here. These four are stuck, so we'll pantomime out walking in place.
Spectacular.
Turn. These two move here. 5. And that one will move there. And I will move more in shortly with the 4 missing ones, unfortunately. Paint, one of the soldiers mumbles as he walks past you, "What's with the dog?" This guy moves into the corner. We get
Noted.
more mages that go here and here. We get 1, 2 more here, 1 more here, and the other leaders who step up behind. And this one coming in the end. The mage at the very back here, whom I wish I could change the color of, I don't think I can. I can.
Content. Yeah.
Is more of your classic wizard. Old white beard, wearing robes made from various dragon hides, wearing an amulet that has a weird color to it. As he walks up to the door, he says, "Make it quick already. To paint only. Get him in the cell. We need less fight from this one." Shoal,
Yeah.
the guard that is next to you said something to you in a language you don't recognize.
Correct. What to do, what to do. What option do I want to do? I'm thinking of just going after the big wizard, guys.
I mean, they're not hostile yet. At least not to us.
There's something very wrong about all of this.
Oh, was Shoal saying that in character or out of character?
Currently, it was out of character.
Oh, well, dang.
I mean, I can say it in character.
You can if you want.
I mean, out of character, yeah, definitely big wizard man.
So you know what? Better yet, in character, Shoal is just going to look up at the leader man, meow, and then just walk away, going this way. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25.
Paint, as a free action, you hear the soldier man go, "Did that soldier just meow at me?" As he turns back to the others.
Fucking
So I'm kind of holding off because I don't know about, piping up with the turn order and such. But if I can, Paint would like to just try and feed exactly what they're saying through to everybody.
I need you to... See, the problem is that when you use your telekinesis, you can't feed language. You could speak.
Nah.
Or you can attempt to pantomime it. Because I don't think your telepathy works on language, does it?
I don't think we actually said it doesn't.
You could, with threats?
Actually, no, he's done that before.
Communication.
Oh, then sure.
Yeah, because,
the cheat too, doesn't he?
Huh?
Yeah, you
Fred-
could
Fred's got a
cheat
cheat
by...
too.
yeah, you could cheat by communicating directly to Fred.
Well, yeah,
because
but
he's got the telepathy thing going on.
But Paint's done the whole radio broadcast thing of what's being said before to last when we met Arson.
Yeah, the difference here is that language. You're the only one that understands language. So you can directly broadcast what they're saying, but it's going to hit them the same way it does when it's being vocally spoken. But Fred has a cheat.
Oh, right.
Cool, and now I'm going
allows you to bypass it.
So
Okay.
I'm now going to stealth.
Okay, roll your stealth.
I'm sure the wizard has something that will let him see me regardless, because he's a fucking wizard. Aw, garbage. $33.
Understood. But no, apparently, if you use Fred's thing, you can just broadcast the language, so you're fine.
In that, as long as you are within range and consenting with Fret, then yeah, we can do it. But you can't do it as far as you would normally.
What's your
Yeah.
range limitation?
Hold on.
But I got your stealth. Thank you, Viv. It will be your turn next, Fred. I'm assuming you're just stopping there.
Okay, limited to telepathy, 60-foot radius. 120 if yelling.
Understood. So there should be plenty of room. What are you doing with your turn? You now know that you were ordered to get the big cutter.
Fret will look around for a quote-unquote big cutter.
There are several surgical instruments around the room. There's also some large chopping tools. You know, like guillotines and stuff.
Okay. Where exactly are they located? Like,
Most of them are on this side of the room.
okay. In that case, yeah, Fret will 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Double move over here and begin looking at the various things. But also will cast a dazzling blade on himself.
Understood. And that's the end of your turn?
Yep.
All right, Dr. Volt.
Yes.
Anything you want to do with your turn?
Dr. Volt will ready the action to utilize the Voltaic Manifester Mark 1 if anything hostile.
Understood. Anything else?
No. He'd till, like, I don't know, knowledge religion, see if they're, like, wearing any... I mean, you got a large group of mages willing to capture something. They're either scientists or they're cultists.
Go ahead and roll it.
That is a 32 to determine if they are wearing any sort of religious trappings.
.32, they are not wearing anything religious as far as you can see.
Okay, well, other than that, I'm just readying my action.
Understood.
And greeting Simple, because Simple is here now. Hi, Simple.
Hi, Simple. But yes, nope, nothing religious on them. As far as you can tell, these are your run-of-the-mill fantasy-style mages. From Volt, it goes to last.
I need to use the bathroom real quick. I'm sorry.
Go use the bathroom.
Oh no.
We need to end at 9, right, Zim?
No, 10.
10? Okay, good. Then I'm going to be right back myself.
Technically, I could go all night, but I know others cannot.
Yeah. He cannot, unfortunately.
Welcome in, Simple.
Apologies. I'm back.
Wish the key.
No, why you squish?
But why not?
I'm gonna roll anxiety.
Well, I've been kind of quiet because I'm not sure how to protocol and stuff on Paint initiating conversation off of his turn, but
Well, talking is usually a free-ish action.
well, this would involve
Yes.
him explaining things quite a bit. Well,
Yeah,
not
speaking is a
necessarily.
free action, but usually takes you get 6 seconds of free action before it starts eating up your actions.
Well, at least the good news is I'm not frozen for 1d4 rounds. Okay.
Here, will this- Yeah. Okay.
Gosh
yeah.
darn it. Fret is just outside of my walk-in range.
One, two, three, four. Yep.
Biscuits.
Simple, cute.
Simple as cute.
Okay. Alright. Well, he's going to heft the never and walk toward Fret. While
Understood.
keeping an eye on all the soldiers that are very near to surrounding Poor Paint.
Yep. Understood. Anything else?
Oh, I haven't used an action. Alright, well, I guess if Fret gets near me, I will have prepared an action to cast Protection from Evil again.
Understood. Hey, Paint. You
Okay.
got things to explain, huh?
Yes. So Paint's going to send along images of several of the different spheres, planes, whatever that we've been visiting, worlds. And then the image of all of these soldiers and mages and just home.
Dr.
And-
Volt will, I guess, telepathically respond, wondering if Paint is talking about his home dimension?
He
Blast has a
will.
horrific realization.
He will not sneeze because he's surrounded by people and would. We don't want to make it hostile, so he'll pause a moment before sneezing and then just nod.
Hey!
And otherwise, send along the image of Doggo Arabean and, Paint himself and home. Of course, home, it's not just the word, it's, the entirety of, y'all know the sensation of being home.
Aw.
Hey, Dr. Volt. Do you want to roll a knowledge history?
Yes.
See if your book of everything just happened to tell you about a certain event on a certain plane? Because you
Does
might
the 30
actually
tell
get
me
it.
if it told me?
A 30?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, not quite high enough, but you have heard of situations like this with magical creatures in other planes. where they harvest magical creatures for parts, usually to fuel war.
Lovely.
Key, you have knowledge religion, right? Or Last does?
He does.
Go ahead and roll it.
Fred does.
Go ahead and roll it.
Oh, that was almost one. That is a total of 25.
And all I got is a 17.
Unfortunate. Key, bonus because of your particular patron. You remember a certain tetrad running from their home plane due to a war. Erebane did not flee. Do you want to voice your sudden realization, Key?
Oh.
This. No.
Fred, I think, has a suspicion.
Is this the day they captured him? He glances quickly, frantically around at the others. Erabane's siblings, the Tetra, they ran from their homeworld, the war that engulfed and destroyed it. He didn't.
Fred has a dangerous gleam in his eyes.
Paint, would you like to do anything else with your turn?
Well, Paint was definitely putting 2 and 2 together here. Paint's going to sneeze now.
All right, roll your d4. Let's get into actual combat as the enemies will now be hostile.
Cool.
You have interrupted the sequence.
Shit.
Alright, so that would be Earth again.
Earth it is. It's
Which
a
would be
reflex save, right?
acid. Yes.
And the DC for half?
Correct.
Yep, what is that DC?
I wrote it down somewhere on my sheet.
The mantra of the gamer. I wrote it down somewhere.
It's not my fault Pathfinder is so complicated. Uh, 21.
Fail. Got it. All right. Roll that damage. And let's get into actual combat with the last person on the initiative, the one to spark it.
Okay, so they all failed. So they are going to take full damage. Oops. Oh, only 5.
5 is actually enough for them to live through.
Well,
Surprisingly.
alongside this, they are going to take 1 point of ongoing acid damage per round for 1 round per 3 caster levels, and are sickened for the duration of the ongoing acid damage.
Oh, that's good to hear. All right, good to know. I will notate that, and I will mark these guys in blue for the time being, because they're not going to have very much time, probably. At least one of them won't. The moment you do that, you hear one of the guards shout, "Spies." They are now hostile.
Okay.
Anything else with your turn before I move on?
Well, I can jolt twice, can't I?
You can.
Where did my d20 go? Oh, right, I left it over here. Well, that was a pathetic roll, but... Touch-handed
one?
would be... 16... I thought I hit 4 of them.
There was
Jolt
three
is
around
a
you.
single target.
Yeah, Jolt is also a single target. There was only 3 within 5 feet of you.
Oh.
Yep.
The superpositions are throwing me off. Anyways.
Yeah, sorry.
We'll go with the one that did not get hit. That's right there at the top there.
That will hit. Roll damage.
2.
2. Got
Then
it.
I haven't
And you
moved,
get one
so
more.
yeah. Same target.
Understood?
Oh, this is higher, so hits.
Yep.
For 4.
Understood. And it is the soldier's turn. The mage, unfortunately, is going to take 1 damage and die.
Woohoo!
Lum out. Lum out.
And what we got is these 4 are still entangled. These leaders are not. So we're going to start with the leaders. This one's going to step forward. Ooh. But who's the spy and who's not? This one's going to draw his weapon and point it at Fret and in last general location and shout, "Stand down or attack our enemy." This one will go around the giant slab and make it up to here and stop with his polearm. This one will move here. These ones are continuing to drag whatever they're dragging along on these chains over here. The other ones are going to let go for now. These ones will move here. Those 4 are stuck. Leader will come in and point a weapon at last. Stand down order issued. This one will move here. This one will move here. Those are stuck. Mage will move here, prepare or start casting a spell. Mage will move here, begin casting a spell, but not cast it yet. And this one will move up, and I need Paint to roll a will save against a hold spell.
I do believe that would
Doesn't-
constitute as hostile, would it not?
Yep.
Also, doesn't
Okay,
my
well, I'm
belt make me
summoning a
immune?
thing.
Oh,
Huh?
your held action goes off?
Yeah.
What'd you say, Paint?
Doesn't my
Belt.
belt?
I-
Doesn't that make
I
me
don't
immune
know
to
if that
stuff
works
like
on
that?
hold person.
No, because your belt prevents you from being moved against your will, not prevents you from not being moved against your will.
Yeah, this is a hold spell, so no, it does not prevent this. So I do still need a will save.
Yeah, you would need freedom of movement to avoid that.
Ah, fair.
Volt, your held action goes off.
Yes, and out comes a Cerberus.
Go ahead and place them on the field.
Okay,
And the lead mage will just sigh and
Where
start
did-
moving forward.
where-
What was that?
I would like to point out that he provokes an attack of opportunity.
He does. Do you-
Where's the Cerberus
Oh,
place?
I will grab it for you. I'm sorry. What size is it?
It is a medium.
Have a bear and shrink them to the size needed. Go ahead and take your attack of opportunity.
Excellent. Which one do I use? What does the most damage? It's going to be a claw.
Cool. While you're doing that, let me get the will save from Zim here.
11.
Oh, you actually do fail it. You are currently underneath the effects of Hold Person.
Oh shit.
Oh,
That's incredibly bad. Also, take a 30 to hit.
Hold on, I have to ask the guy who was casting that spell. Where was he? Which one's he?
This one right here.
That one right there?
Yep.
Well, okay. Before that spell actually goes off, since he was taking an offensive action, he's going to was he casting defensively?
Nope, he didn't see a reason to.
Well, then he's about to have seen the reason to.
Also,
Roll damage on the mage. Go ahead.
Well, first I have to roll to hit on the mage.
Yep.
I
Also,
don't want to be one of those rules lawyers, but that does specifically only target humanoid creatures.
Hold monster then.
Oh, okay.
It would make sense they would have Hold Monster, given what this is a memory of.
They technically have both, and they did see you as
Yeah,
a dog,
this-
so they'd use Hold Monster. After all, you're a dog that just exploded in elements. Which is funny, because they saw Viv as a human for some reason.
He's just
Gross.
he just has, allergies. That's all. It's just
Well,
a
well,
big
that's actually
misunderstanding.
Apparently, being ripped out of hell is a weird thing. Does a 14 actually hit?
That mage, yes.
Okay, then.
As battle suddenly gets very complicated for the first round.
yeah.
And
Okay,
Viv's
then
about to
that
bite
is-
an archmage.
Yep. Viv's about to hit the fuck out of this guy. And then probably get, like, I don't know, disintegrated or something.
So that is 7 points of damage, plus he needs to.
He's dead.
Okay.
So, paint. You get frozen for just a brief moment in time, and then the mage dies. Roll your damage, please, Viv.
Okay. It is a D8, I believe. Yes, D8 plus a D6. Where is my D8s? Is this it? No, that's D10. Here it is. Blah. Fuck. Well. Wow, really? Fuck you. So that going to be 9, 11, 13.
13.
That was some shitty ass damage.
Oof, that is pretty shitty. Plus D. Got it.
I also had my claws also count as magic and or silver for the terms of ignoring damage reduction.
That is specifically what I needed to hear. Perfect.
Hee Eldritch Claws.
Good thing you had that, because otherwise that wouldn't. So the mage does take a step forward. Then you do that. By the way, out here, it looks like the outside, but it's one of those ambiguous outsides where it obviously doesn't go anywhere. Like there's an ending to it where it just kind of fades out. You're pretty sure there's probably a hard wall. The mage sighs a second time, will turn around, clutch the pendant that looks really weird, and you need to make a reflex save.
Oh, that's gonna be fun. Well. Does a 34 make it?
It does. So you'll be taking half of this as he unleashes a fire dragon breath.
Ow.
You take half of 46. That's
Ow.
23 damage. As he uses what appears by all standards to 100% look like an actual dragon breath. A fire dragon breath in this particular case. Is he facing the right way? He's not. Let's rotate him so that he's facing the right way. And as his swift action, he's going to let go of the pendant and tap something else. He heals free. And that's the end of the enemy's turns. Everything is now hostile. Shoal, it is your turn.
Excellent. I can just take a 5-foot step and multi-attack, can't I?
Yep.
Cool. How badly do I want to fuck this up? Let's see. What are my options on what goofy shit I can do? What is the... Hold on. What is the... What type of action is this? Ah, lame. Okay, don't care then. Standard action. Okay. In which case, I will simply 5-foot step. And I'm going to multi-attack.
Roll away. And yes, when you defeat one of the memories here, you do roll to
crit.
confirm. They do just vanish.
I figured.
Well, it's
Not
a hit.
fun.
Aw, duality
That's
of the
like-
dice.
Do I reroll that?
Up to you.
I'm going to use my reroll. I want a crit.
Crit.
I think that's probably a hit because that is a 31.
That will crit.
All right, so we've got a crit. All right, now for my 2 claws. 27.
That'll hit.
Oof. 18.
Does not hit.
Okay, so I get a crit. Which
And
is
two
just
regular hits.
yeah. No, one a crit and 1 regular hit.
If
So-
the second one, well, the second claw didn't hit, did it?
Correct.
No.
So I get a crit and a regular hit.
Okay.
All right. So natural attacks are just X2 normally.
Yep.
So have a bite. And it's max fucking damage. Let's go.
Yep. What's the total?
It is 17 doubled 34 on the bite.
Jiminy Crickets. Hold on a moment. I need a calculator now. You said 34?
Jeez.
Yes. Also counts as magic and silver.
Yeah, I figured. Fucking ow. All right.
And now for the claw. And then the corrosive damage. Of course. So that one's going to be
Oh, is that your deliquescent claw?
yes. Math. 17.
17 damage. Let me do math now in public. Let's see. That brings him to 63 damage. And. All right, he is still up. Okay.
Okay. And now I believe I get what
That was
psalmist
that
is
was
this?
your
My multi
that was your-
my full attack.
Yeah.
So I don't believe there's anything else I can do.
Nope. Not in this
Do you-
case.
yeah.
He 5-foot
Yeah.
stepped. So that ends your turn. Brings it to Fret.
Okay, bladed dash to here.
Oh
Mhm.
boy.
Which I am targeting this mage with my
Understood.
blade. This is going to be let's see. Charisma bonus to attack roll, so that's +6.
Yep, and you're wearing the Mask of Vengeance, right? The murder hunting one?
The Mask of Judgment. Yeah, +1 versus murderers.
Do you consider these to be murderers?
Does he have dragon part things or armor
Yes.
on.
Because the
Yes.
mages do. Okay.
Yeah.
Why that +1?
Okay, so that's so 20 22. Yeah, okay, so this is just at a +22.
Jesus. This mage about to be erased, boys. He's about to get flummed.
Crit threat.
Oh yeah, because you're a fucking rogue.
But yeah, that's a 28 to confirm.
Okay, how do you want to delete this guy from existence?
Oh well, my
Look at
blade is
Zor-
hungry.
The Zoro special.
So, yeah, so no, this is it's a blade dash. No, it's just a uh full diagonal cut.
You gotta love the anime cut where their body just kind of splits in half before the visage vanishes.
Okay. Yeah, and Spire Steel crit, but I don't think it matters in this case because this is just a memory, probably.
Yes, it is just a memory. I'm sorry.
But anyways, that's one action.
Yep.
So move action
Yep.
here, and single melee hit.
Roll away.
With flanking bonus.
And precise
and
strike.
Precise strike. Yes.
Have fun.
Oof.
Aw. Okay, so that's a 27 to hit, I do believe.
It will hit. I did give you back your reroll.
Yeah, but
that
that's
is a hit?
fine. Yeah, so that is going to be 1d10 plus 3d6 plus 9.
Roll away.
Oh, where the hell did that come from?
I
was
don't
trying
know.
to pick up these.
Roll away my wayward
Where's
son.
my d10?
There'll be peace when they are dead.
Oh, there's my d10.
Are you making my bananas bigger again? God damn it.
Okay, so that is 24 damage.
Understood. Overcomes damage resistance.
This is magic weapon. So yeah,
Understood.
Does your dazzling blade effect do anything?
I didn't activate it.
Okay.
I'm
Understood.
saving that for defensive because there is going to be some defensive actions going on here very shortly.
Probably.
Yeah, so that's 24. And the shadow sorry, umbral weapon and shadow striking don't go off because I didn't miss.
Yep. All right. Then that brings it down to Dr. Volt, correct?
Yes.
All right. Dr. Volt's turn.
Okay. What is it that they're standing around there?
Stone table.
Okay, but it's like of a height of
Roughly knee.
okay.
It's definitely there to do things.
Then Dr. Volt shall move here. and trying to make sure that he is not going to bonk any friendly African wild dogs.
Good idea.
And then I'm going to go and look up the rules on this spell.
Oh no, that's never a good sign.
No, I just don't have it memorized. It is not one of those spells that does weird and janky shit. It is 30. Okay, yes, it is a 30-foot cone.
Oh,
5,
That's a
10,
spicy
15,
cone.
20, 25,
Hold on,
that
I got
count-
a thing for this.
5, 10.
I got a thing to make this easier.
Okay.
That's
30-foot cone. Hold on, let me make sure this is actually 5 feet, by the way, because I don't think it is. There we go. That should do better, and that will help me measure.
so 30 foot would be 6. What?
There we go. That's a 30-foot cone.
Okay.
Understood.
Their reflex for having a shitload of snowballs to the face.
Hilarious.
First one fails.
Don't they have to
Second
then roll
failed.
fortitude to not get stunned from snowballs?
That's a different one.
Oh, that's you're using flurry. of
You're
snowballs, right?
you're thinking snowball. I'm doing flurry of snowballs.
Yeah,
I'm
I realized that as I said it.
There's one that might succeed.
It's
But only-
modifier plus spell level plus 10, I think, right?
Yep. That is correct.
Okay, so that would be 2 plus 7, so needs to make a 19.
Then they all fail.
Okay, 46.
Does anybody feel bad for all the level 1 guards here?
No.
Oh
Die.
man.
No.
The leader is the only
10.
one here that is not level 1. 10 damage.
No. 12 total damage to each of them.
Delete. 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 12. 12.
And the black robed one is the leader.
The black.
The
Oh,
red.
Yeah, the
Oh,
one
the
with the red
red-
base is an archmage. The leaders
Okay.
of the fighters are the ones holding axes. The rest are low-level scrubs.
Okay, well then a certain giant dog is moving over here,
Understood?
and
Thank you, Simple, for catching the joke and continuing it.
21
Does hit. I think.
Again?
Let me double check. Actually, I'm wrong. 21 does not hit. I just
Okay, then
relooked it.
all 3
Sorry.
heads miss.
Sorry. My mistake, because something popped.
Oh, it has contingencies.
Archmage, yes. Below half health now. Last, I believe it is your turn now.
All right. I do have a question that is pertinent for protection from evil. Would these
Mhm.
count as evil summoned creatures?
Do you consider them to be evil?
I consider them to be evil, but would they count as evil summoned creatures?
Yeah,
Yeah.
the question is, do they count as summoned?
Okay.
Yes.
They cannot touch paint.
Understood.
Because the third effect is the spell prevents bodily contact by evil summoned creatures. This causes natural weapon attacks to fail. The creatures to recoil if they require touching the warded creature.
Understood.
So Their weapons will work, but if they try to like attempt to grab or touch paint, it will not work.
Understood.
Oh, I should probably have mentioned, I hit with a sneak attack, so that means that, pressure point dex, so -1 dex, and is that all? Hold on.
I will clarify that any opponent that paint attacks is not subject to the no touch ward.
Understood.
Kind of like Sanctuary. Yay. Okay. Well, no salvaging this. Not like I wanted to.
Wow.
I guess I'm going to fire a shot into the nearest polearm bearer.
That'd be this one right here.
Yep.
The one that ordered you to stand down. Oh,
I am
almost a 19.
Or it could
I'm-
have been a 20 if you would have rolled just a little bit more.
I'm annoyed.
Sorry.
Oh.
Because this would have to be a vital strike. I don't do multi-attacking.
Ooh.
So that would be a 17, because I have no reroll.
Does that hits touch, right?
Yes, actually.
Then 17 will hit.
Yay!
Haha, dude's in full plate. Touch
He
attacks
is.
go burr.
Yep.
Thanks, damage. Minimum on one. So that'd be... Let's see. That is 11 piercing damage.
Understood. What next?
Well... Gonna move back here. And I'm betting that provokes an attack of opportunity, because that's a polearm.
It do. Does 20 hit your AC?
It sure doesn't.
Aw, poor guy, thinking level 3 is high. And Paint's turn then. Did I do the math wrong? Technically, I think that was higher, but whatever. I already announced 20. Go ahead, Paint.
Hmm.
That's an attack of opportunity. He misses. Gloriously misses. And the other one gets 1, 2. And he misses. Gloriously misses.
Ooh, maybe this way.
That'll be another attack of opportunity.
Well,
Oh
they
my
can't
goodness.
touch him.
They can't touch him, but weapon attacks can go through.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's okay, they're all missing so far. Not a single one of them's rolled above a 10.
Oh, that area, by the way, is difficult terrain.
To them
there's
only, or
it is. I'm pretty sure for anything. But they're entangled. You wouldn't be entangled. I don't think. Well, actually, you're living. It would become entangled potentially.
oh.
Let me see. Hold on. Though you can, like, wait, hold on. Where exactly?
Rules check.
No wait, it's because I activated it. So as long as I don't activate it again, you wouldn't become entangled.
So you're fine.
I'm just gonna go here.
All right. Understood?
And sneeze.
Hilarious.
Are you on or under the slab?
Oops.
I would assume on.
I mean, if he can fit under it.
It's about knee height, so can you fit some underneath something that is about knee height to a normal human?
He is on the lower end of medium, so...
Sure, I'll allow it.
And then he could just, you know, take out their knees.
Neither of them succeeded on their reflex save.
Oh, right. I didn't need to roll that. I rolled
Yeah, I
a
was wondering when I had to roll
d20. It
that.
was like,
You need to roll a d4.
yeah. Ah, that will be air.
So zappity zap zap Eddie.
Zappity zap zap. Creatures affected by your aura are staggered for 1 round. I don't know what that means, but I hope you do.
I do.
That's
It-
kind of spectacular.
It basically
actually.
takes away their turn, doesn't it?
Pretty much.
They get 1 action or something like that.
8 damage.
8 damage. They are still alive, though. Roll 2 more damage, dang it. I actually have to look up staggered.
And then he's going to jolt the kneecaps of this one over here.
Alright, roll your 2 hit.
14 plus like 9.
Touch attack, right?
Yeah.
That'll hit.
For
Staggered creature
4
can only
damage.
make a move or a standard action. Alright, got it. Anything else, Paint?
He will chi at them. And end his turn.
Understood. Let's see. He gets to move here. 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 What the heck? What the heck? Those soldiers are fucked. And this mage is going to stay right there, and he's going to launch that spell. Okay, so I'm going to start with the melee attacks. These 3 are still over here, struggling to hold on to whatever they think they're holding on to, as well as the ones that were attacked. So Paint is getting 2 attacks, but with cover. So that might still hit. No, 19 does not hit Paint, right? That's before negatives.
No.
Right, and that's a fail. However, we got... Oh, he could have just been here with the polearm. Attacking your Cerberus there, Dr. Volt.
Okay.
I doubt a 14 hits it. 15's actually, yeah, 14.
Let me get its sheet back up. 18. Yeah, so no, it doesn't hit.
18. The one behind you, Vari, rolled a crit but did not confirm. So you are going to take damage from a long sword. You take 6 imaginary damage.
Imaginary damage.
Yes.
Is it a
Okay.
longsword or a polearm?
This is a polearm. Oh, crap. I rolled the wrong die. I should have rolled a d10.
Oh.
He also didn't need to step in. Dang it.
Oh no, my page expired. Okay, there we go.
Yep. I'm sorry, 11 imaginary damage.
Whew, okay.
He didn't need to be there, but he is, so that's what's happening. Let's get on. Dr. Folt is taking a polearm, short sword, a short sword. Okay. Polearm first, and that's plus 6. 18 hits your AC, Dr. Volt?
Nope.
All right. Longsword hits AC 19, which we just established does not hit. And a no. All right. We'll go down to 2 polearms on last. Polearm 1. Why the hell? Oh, that might actually hit. 25 hit.
Me? No.
Critical failure on the other one. Drops his weapon like a dumbass.
Hilarious.
I'm just going to can I flip him? Nope. I will. No weapon. Understood. And we're gonna go ahead and take care of the mage now. Whom will not the archmage.
Ah.
Who's the scariest one here? That's a subjective question.
The gremlin under
Mirror,
the
mirror
table
on the
going
wall,
for
who's the scariest
kneecaps.
one of all?
I'm just gonna roll d6. We'll see who he casts Ray of so 1.
I mean, I don't know.
Dr.
I'd say
Volt?
Fred is the most frightening, but also Volt is clearly a big threat.
Dr. Volt does 14 hit your touch AC.
Touch. No, it does not.
Then you do not take a ray of enfeeblement to your face.
Oh, good.
Mage will 5-foot step back, and this archmage is done with this bullshit. Let me double check some meta magic feats really quickly. Because how big can he make a fireball?
Of course he's going to do the meme. Oh, that's funny.
Yes, yay cover.
Using this
Oh,
other
no.
Archmage's cover.
Oh no, he doesn't care if he hits himself. He's immune to fire.
Haha, amulet of a red dragon soul.
Yes. Precisely what he was clutching to.
I'm still using him as cover.
He can get a 40-foot radius fireball centered on himself. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. So he won't center it on himself. He'll just center it here. And that should...
Rip all the mooks.
right
Or most
here.
of the mooks.
If he does it right about here, he hits almost everybody but last. Yeah, he doesn't care about the mooks. He really does not care about the mooks.
Yeah, attacks of opportunity?
Please do. Heightened maximized fireball.
Yeah.
Or not heightened, but maximized with the one that increases the radius.
I'm hitting. I rolled a 35.
That'll hit.
I believe it's widened.
Okay,
Thank you.
so...
And it's a
me-
claw.
What? Okay, it is now no longer a duality of the dice. It's a triality of the dice.
Pull them out.
Because I roll 20s and 1s, and my Cerberus rolls 10s.
Lol. Roll your damage, guys, that hit.
Okay.
I'm checking to see if I hit. Hold on. That was... does 25 hit?
Yes.
Oh, and we're still flanking.
Yep. So precise, and I am going to burn a key point.
Oh no.
Because Mask of the Whispering God expurgate. At second level, when I deal damage to a target, I can expend 1 key pool to affect that target as if it had cast Fumble Tongue. The target can
Oh.
attempt a will saving throw, DC 10 plus half the ninja's level plus charisma. So that would be 10, 11, 12,
Why did
16. DC
Six-
16.
16? He does pass that. Why did Ren just
Okay.
join the shared chat?
I'm hitting him for 19.
I
it,
did not
19 damage?
reset it from last night, so he must have automatically done it.
Okay, 14.
That's okay.
Fair.
We will use this to mess with him.
Okay. I need that damage, though, Vari, so that we can roll his concentration check and see if he actually passes.
Plus 9. 23 damage.
Got it. Oh, and that's 23.
So that's a spicy concentration check.
Yep, and that's 19 plus 23 plus. Nope, that's not right. 19 plus 23 plus that plus that. Would you do the math right, calculator? I am hitting 19, not 29. Plus that. Plus that. He can technically hit this. He has a plus 29 to his concentrations, augmented by a plus 2 currently. So, let's see if he can hit the DC. Nope.
Oh, so close! I saw that 20 on.
I mean, I got rerolls too. Nah, the dice won't let it happen. Oh, he drops it, unfortunately.
Oof.
So that's a standard action gun, and just as all mages do when they still have a swift action left behind and they're at 1 HP.
Expeditious retreat.
God damn it.
You guys did 123 damage to him. And he has 126 health points.
God damn it.
That's hilarious.
That's the enemy's turn.
So no fireball?
Shoal, your target ran away. No fireball.
Coward! Mages.
Yep, gotta love it.
Cool. 15. I'm just circling around this guy.
Understood.
He is polearmed, so
Yeah,
He
he can
is.
swing at me.
okay.
Hit me, bitch.
25 hit your AC?
No.
He can hit you without a natural 20.
Damn. Though also, Sam,
Get clawed. Is his AC 29 or lower?
It is. Yes.
Cool.
He's a level 3 fighter in full plate.
9, 16, 18 damage.
18 damage. He is still standing.
Yeah, I rolled piss awful on all of my dice.
I'm sorry.
Eh,
At least
I
it's
got it.
happening against low or weaklings.
I rolled max damage on a crit. I'm happy.
Fret,
Hi.
your turn.
Okay, let's see here. Well, there's this guy that we're now flanking again. So, yeah, I'm gonna, multi-attack him.
Multi-attack away.
Okay, first swing.
Do you think Ren even realizes that chat's up right now?
Probably not. It's random.
100% not.
Okay. Plus 2, plus 2. 27.
That'll hit.
Okay. Second attack. Oh, that's gonna be a little rough. 2 plus 2. 3. That's like only a 15, so that's probably a whiff.
Actually is.
Okay. Yeah, so that's that. Let's roll damage on the thing. Precise strike. Eating his dex. And
his life.
yeah, that is 27 damage.
Undone.
Whoa. Hey, my dice disappeared.
What? Hold on. Control Z. Things are about to jump.
I think it's because of the cone. Oh, never
okay.
mind.
I just did a Control Z to put back whatever was there.
Oh.
But yeah, that guy dies.
I think it's because I targeted things as you targeted things, and
Maybe.
it did something weird.
Plausibly. Is that the end of your turn?
Yeah, that was a multi-attack, so I can't do anything else. So yeah, that's me.
All right, and after Fret, we go to Dr. Volt.
Dr. Volt is up next.
There's a lot of dudes.
Yeah, there are a lot of dudes. It would be funny if I were to take a 5-foot step backwards and the cone was fused with the dice.
Yeah, that's what happens when you drop in on objects.
These ones shall be... Hold on. But, no, I don't think it's going to be... Yeah. Yeah, these ones are going to get a snow blasting.
Understood. Fail, critical fail. What's the DC again? It was 19?
19.
That guy fails, and that's a fail, unfortunately. The only one that rolled above a bloody 10 was one of the one of the level ones.
Lamau.
Oh, also it occurs to me, I forgot about concentration and took damage, so yeah, these are probably not entangled anymore.
These ones have just
good
taken
enough.
20 damage to the face, though.
Let me see who's dead here, then. Dead. 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 Dead.
Lamau.
We'll move this away so it doesn't cause a problem. And you doing anything else, Dr. Volt?
Nope. But my Cerberus says move.
Yes, it does. You should have it move.
These ones are all just mooks.
They are, well, yeah, they're mooks, but They were entangled, and then I my concentration because I took a lot of damage.
Okay, here's a question. Do they have higher than 12 AC?
Yes.
Okay, then wait, that is the D6, not the D12. Do they have higher than 15?
No.
Okay, well, do they have higher than 14?
No.
I'm going to just probably go ahead and say that the one that is directly in front of my Cerberus is now gone.
More than 10
What's
damage?
your minimum?
He got bit 3 times.
Minimum
What's
damage
your minimum?
needed.
Let me check. Okay, well, all right. Cerberus, let's see, 1d6 plus 4 plus rend.
Oh, it's fucking gone. Holy shit.
Delete. All right.
Yeah,
That one's
minimum
gone.
damage looks to be
16?
no. 15 plus
Yeah, it's more
9,
than 10.
so
he down.
24 damage minimum.
Yep, dead.
Oh, okay, yeah. Rend is a little spicier than I. Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
Which means it goes to last turn now.
Yay!
Yes, Cerberus found a soft chew.
Nom nom nom.
Nom 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 nom.
Is it sad that I actually don't know who's in our chat and who's in Ren's chat and who can actually hear us and who can't?
Well, I'm gonna take a 5-foot step and then my attack action to Vital Strike the elite guy who's nearby.
All right, roll away.
That is 19 against touch AC.
And that will definitely hit this guy. He has no weapon.
Oh,
He accidentally threw it.
What?
He not one.
Yeah, you
That's
that
the guy
one.
that now won.
Aha.
Oof.
One of those is not the correct die.
Please remember to roll the correct dice.
Oh, wonderful. So I'm assuming these are neither living nor dead.
Yep, they're neither living nor dead.
Okay, Reaping Strike does not work on these guys, so that's just 16 piercing damage.
Yep, sorry.
No, that's fine. I looked at Reaping Strike just to be sure. I was like, no, these are memories.
Yep, and that one is still up. Anything else there last?
That's a 5-foot step and a standard action. I do not have any cantrips to attack with, so
Okay.
no. That will be
Understood. Hey, Paint.
Alright, time for more gremlin under the table.
Why does that sound like a bad anime?
Because I'm surprised
These
it
two this
isn't one
time.
already.
All right, I'll roll their reflexes. It was 16 for the DC, right?
21.
21. Neither of them passed then.
This time it's fire!
Fire.
DJ Fire!
Creatures affected by your aura catch on fire.
Oh boy! Roll that damage first. Let's see if you succeed 10 and just kill them outright.
Oh! I missed a part of this.
Oh, what's that?
The spell is, or this ability is not just an instant effect, it's actually something that continues to go on. So those two over there
Yep.
also took 2d6 damage at the start of my turn.
Oh.
So another 6 each.
Oh, you
Oh,
gotta roll
you're
that.
just. You're just creating a elemental maelstrom underneath the table. Cool.
Yes. I mean, it's centered on me, moves with me and stuff, and lasts for 7 turns, and I'm just keep using it to change the element. Also,
Go ahead and
hello
roll
there.
that 2d6, also your raiders.
Yeah. Hello there, Belrog. Welcome in. I am being a gremlin with elemental maelstrom under a table. They are literally stepping into a burning ring of fire. Alright. Once again, poor
You keep-
Bolt.
What?
That's like the 3rd time I've knocked over Volt's token
This session.
this session. Alright.
I do not know what I've done to deserve this.
I'm sorry. That'll be 8 damage.
Okay, those 2 are gone. Now roll on the other 2.
What was that?
The 2, that was for the 2 that were getting hit at the beginning of your turn, right?
Oh, no. For those ones, I rolled 6.
Oh, well, they're dead anyways. And what's the damage now?
On those 2, it's 8.
Would
Or
you
the 2 new
roll
ones.
above a 10? Okay, they're still there, though.
I'm sorry
fair.
I'm useless, okay?
I never said useless. Do not put words in my mouth, mister.
Hello, Balrog.
that's
Thank you so much for that raid. Welcome in. You guys have come into the middle of our Recallers of the Lost Pathfinder campaign. I really appreciate you sharing your community with me. I hope you had a great time with Peak. I'm looking forward to trying that out at some point soon myself. We got lots of tabletop, got lots of artists that join, lots of games. Hit that follow button. Those that are here, go share the love. Back to the game.
Oh, right. So after paint, because I assume that
Oh,
was
wait,
all
Jolt.
you. Jolt. Who you jolting?
The one on this side of the table that I didn't hit. Oh, that's a 1.
Yeah. Unfortunately, you're not.
Ah,
But okay. Unfortunately, the dice say nay. All right, it is their turn. This guy doesn't have a weapon. He doesn't know what to do.
You can
So
cry
he
about it.
ceases.
He doesn't know what to do. Does he just banish himself?
No, he just stops existing because this isn't what's supposed to be happening, and things are now not what's supposed to be happening, and the ones that still have a weapon are fighting. But he's supposed to be in charge, right? So we got 3 in the Cerberus. We got 1 on
One for each head.
Viv. Yep, so we'll roll the Cerberus for that was English. That's a miss. Does 9's not gonna hit. What about a 20? Does a 20 hit the Cerberus?
Yes.
That is a D8 plus 1. 5 damage to it. We got-
Unsurprisingly, it has more than 5 HP.
No.
oh, by the way, those 2 that are on fire at the bottom there, they do need to
Mhm.
make reflex saves. DC
I'll
15,
get
or
there.
they take 1d6 more damage.
Yep. I will get there in a moment. That's not going to hit Shoal. Let's take care of the reflexes, I guess. One of them got an 18. The other one got a 9.
Oof.
I don't think that saves.
Well, the on fire effect is 15. But 6 for the one that failed.
Got it. The one that succeeded is going to attempt to stab you. Faint. And no. And that's almost their turn. We got 1 mage left who is going to know out of there. Like all mages do.
Ah, yes, this is going poorly. Teleport.
Yeah, too bad it's a memory, and the moment it teleports, it just ceases to exist anyway. So same result, different action.
Yeah.
Shoal,
Yes.
your turn.
Oh boy.
That one
Who
tried to
might-
stab you in the ass.
Which one? The guy, the polearm guy?
Yep.
5 foot step die. All right, let's see what I roll on this guy. We start with a bite. 25.
25 hits. Roll damage.
$12.
He is still up.
Cool. I still have claws. Because I just 5 foot stepped.
I didn't expect him to live. I'm just telling you he's currently alive.
34.
What's your minimum damage?
On claws?
Mm-hmm.
11.
Beep, beep. Undone.
Oh. Okay.
Sorry? Are you sad that you just obliterated a guy?
I didn't get to chew on him long enough.
Well,
It's fine, Viv. He was imaginary anyways.
yep. Fret.
Hi.
Your turn.
Yeah, so I'm gonna help out Mr. Cerberus here. So just, actually, I'm gonna move action here.
Yep.
So that's gonna attack of opportunity from the one that I just moved around.
Oh my god, he rolled a critical.
Jesus.
I doubt a 13 confirms a critical.
Now,
Furry, why do you always get hit?
I don't know, but yeah,
Take
like
6 imaginary damage.
yep. So there's
Why
6
you?
imaginary. I don't know.
It's you and
Half-
last. You two are the only two of these figures I could hit. Ever.
Yeah, just I'm at half health imaginary.
Look, I'm made to take hits. You're not, so stop it.
But anyways, yeah, so now that I'm right next to these dudes, for 2 of them, I'm going to do a swing at one and then a swing at the other.
Okay.
So first one.
Excuse Leon. Probably a crit.
Yep. Not a crit. But that is still a
Probably high enough.
13 13 plus 2 plus 14 minus 5 24 on the one that's not a
Yes.
critical. And let me
Definitely hits.
confirm the crit. And that is a confirmation of 6 plus 13 plus 2 plus 2, 23 to confirm.
23 to confirm. We'll confirm. What's your minimum damage before you slice these guys to death?
Before critting, it is a minimum damage of 10 plus sneak attack and precision dice.
Boop, boop.
So
They
like
just dead.
absolute minimum damage is like 13, I think.
Yeah, I don't think 10 HP is going to stand up to 13 minimum.
Yeah.
So you have erased 2 more. Dr. Volt, how would you like to go about trying to erase more of these men?
All things considered, wait, what's the big green
It's a piece of furniture. It's a nondescript thing in the room.
Okay, well, in that case, the Iceman cometh, etc., etc.
All right, that hits. Looks like 1.
Wait, is it? I thought I'm. That's. Oh, well, let me just rotate a teensy bit then.
A little too far.
There is no in between these 2 points, apparently.
Here, go here. Put that there. And then there you go.
Okay.
How to tell I've played this game for way too long when I can wiggle those. What's the DC again?
19.
They both fail. I'm pretty sure minimum damage is going to kill them, but go for it.
Do they have more than 4 HP?
Yes.
Do they have more than 9 HP?
By 1.
Hilarious.
Okay, well that's 6 and then a 5, so I've hit for 11. I don't think I need to roll the rest of the dice.
No, you do not. And Zim, the one that your raider used right away, the little pride.
Oh, that one.
That's adorable. So we delete. Hey, Key. It is last turn. There's two of these imaginaries left.
There's no point in wasting bullets. Can I swap to my bow and fire?
Go for it. You can always drop and draw. Just drop the gun.
How dare?
I can't just drop the never, but also, like, the never has a strap, so it's fine.
Yeah, if it has a weapon strap, you're fine.
Yeah, so pull out the composite longbow and I'm gonna fire.
My laser.
Those 2 are probably super dead. I'm gonna fire at the one that's across the slab.
Yep. This one's hurt. This one's not. So across the slab.
Hey, I have to go against their armor for one. Why? Why?
Confirm.
Why is the first time I've gotten a natural 20 on my goddamn ranged roll with the bow and against an imaginary foe?
Not to mention one with only 10 health.
Yeah.
You know what? Sure. Only because it doesn't matter. Only because it doesn't matter anyway, because it can't confirm. That would be a
What's the
16.
That does confirm.
What?
Hilarious.
What's
do
your
you
minimum
mean?
damage?
What? So, before the crit, the minimum damage is 6. No, wait,
Oh,
no.
yeah, he did.
Yeah, the minimum damage would be 6. With the crit, the damage becomes 18.
Yeah, no, he did. You didn't even have to crit him to undo him.
I'm so
Do
disappointed.
you want your moment in the sun by describing how you do this?
No. I shoot him through the head. As bland as possible. There is no moment in the sun about this. It's not harrying anyone, it's not hurting anyone, it's across the slab, and I am dealing with a nuisance.
Lol. Hey, Paint, there's one enemy left. Your slab shenanigans are over, though.
Sad paint noises. Achoo!
Zim abusing the sneeze. That way he doesn't have to roll.
Well, my rolls suck anyways.
Alright, you hit. What's the element? How much damage?
We call that a skill issue.
Fire and 11. Finally!
Yes.
Finally. Dead.
Yes.
And that is combat over. The door is still open. Do you really want to leave it open?
It's not going to stay open. Last is marching over and is going to start sliding it shut.
With paint outside?
Oh, he'll pause for a moment to look at paint. Out. Now.
You hit a wall.
Oh, he is sad and trying to walk out into the open. Because you said that this area, it looks like it's outside, right?
Yeah.
So he is just sadly hanging his head and pressing against the wall.
Paint, your shenanigans are not welcome at this time. Get
Fred,
out of there.
Fred will telepathy. Just to be fair, I'm pretty sure that's what's perceived as out. We're in.
You understood what I meant, Fred. He's going to slam the door shut.
Thunk. And you all stand there in silence.
Fred will begin lock-picking the door back locked.
Roll it.
Only I knew arcane lock.
Oh yeah, that is over 30.
And you relock the door. What do you all do now?
Fred just kind of gives a long sigh. And then we'll scribble out, what the hell was this? And then just kind of wave his chalkboard in lost direction.
One sec.
The last is loading.
What is that noise?
What noise?
There's a buzzing.
Yeah, it sounded like a chiptune sound.
Yeah.
Might be a firework or something messing with stuff.
Hmm.
Or that might be my phone. Because it just beeped at me.
Last is going to move away from the door.
There it is
Is this
again.
me? No,
No,
that's
Tara.
coming from you, Eric. Okay, it must be fireworks.
But it has to be because I'm not doing anything right now.
Good.
Yeah, nothing's plugged in that could be doing it. I don't know.
All right. Well,
Continue.
Last is going to move away from the door. He's turned his head to look at the rack of cutting implements. This is a memory we were not meant to see.
Fred just kind of eyes the various implements. Nods.
Paint. He looks over his shoulder at Paint.
Paint will look.
Do not ask Arabaean about this.
He will not.
Everybody has painful memories they'd wish to hide. This is not what we were looking for. It's time to leave.
And I assume you all just leave.
Blast has no reason to stay.
Yep. Threat will follow.
Is anybody staying behind specifically? I'm not hearing anything, so I'm
Oh.
going to take it as a no. You guys can make your way back up through where the door once was, up the stairs, around, down the ladder, and outside the building where it looks like there aren't even footprints here. Where you were once standing not too long ago. All right, everything resets the moment you get far enough away from it out here. The cold returns. You can't see inside the building through the windows anymore. There's just the blacked out windows. And we switch back to this map, so you can make any marks that you wish to. And then I save it just to make sure. And I think this is a good place to end,
Yes.
as the party solemnly leaves that place. Hopefully that was not too dark for y'all.
All I know is that Dr. Volt was not going to go sciencing at the traumatic memories.
No, absolutely not.
But let's see, I need to raid somebody, don't I? Oh darn it, who do I want to raid? Let's see who's going. Who's going?
Chi?
Yeah, sure.
We just got a new emote.
Oh no?
Another? Oh my gosh.
Hold on, I need to see it.
Nice.
What?
Oh, that's adorable.
Oh.
But all right, before we go too far, over on my side of things, thank you all so much for watching. Hopefully you guys drink plenty of water, take good care of yourselves, and have a wonderful evening. We will see you next time, and have a good one. I'm raiding Raw Zim right now, so those of you not in YouTube land, the raid, those of you in YouTube land, have a wonderful night. Bye.
And on my
Raid.
side of things,
Rank
thank
up,
you for the raid.
hold the line. This hamlet shall not fall.
Hi, thank you everybody for joining us so far on the stream today. That was Recallers of the Lost Pathfinder. Check out our website, zgfgaming.com. We've got links for our Discord, Telegram, Mastodon, Blue Sky, Patreon, and more. They're on the website as well as down in the description below through our link tree. Thank you to my patrons, tippers, and subscribers. It is your support that keeps this channel alive and going. I cannot do this without your guys' help and your support, so thank you. Consider becoming a patron over at patreon.com/zgfgaming. It's one of the best ways to support the channel, though you can also do so by picking up packs of cards to stream loots, grabbing merch over at zgfgaming.store, or checking out my friends who also stream, such as Era and Taya. Their links are down in the description below. But for now, thank you so much for joining. Make sure you go check out the Spotify with all of these tabletop campaigns. And I bid you the most fondest adieu.
And
Bye.
on my side of things, stay cute, everyone. Mwah.